Okay, kids, Arnold's is proud to present Kenosha, Wisconsin's own...
This is Orson Welles. Tonight again, our scene is America. America at the turn of the century, in the days that saw the rise, the reign, and the decline of the magnificent Ambersons. The book was a bestseller, but the magnificent Ambersons is something better than that, better than a bestseller that still sells. It lives on as the truest, cruelest picture of the growth of the Middle West and the liveliest portrait left to us of the people who made it grow. It's better than a good book. It's Booth Tarkington's best.
The Ambersons, literature's most fascinating family, brought to the screen by the magic of Orson Welles. Richard Bennett plays old Major Amberson, the tyrannical head of a family that had all the rights of royalty and none of its responsibilities. Dolores Costello returns to the screen with a magnificent portrayal of Isabel, the Major's daughter, who left the man she loved to wed another who was more acceptable. From Citizen Kane, you will remember Agnes Moorehead, who plays thin, spinsterish Aunt Fanny, a lonely woman in a house of wealth. No one would guess that Fanny had a secret love. Ray Collins is Uncle Jack, the black sheep of the Ambersons. And Joseph Cotton, who plays Eugene Morgan, the man who came out of the past to find his first love once again. Finally, Isabel's boy, young George, played by Tim Holt, headstrong, impetuous, and arrogant heir to the splendor of the land. Young George, who hated Eugene Morgan, the man his mother really loved, and stood between their happiness like an avenging angel.
Don't you think you should tell George?
About us?
Yes.
You're not wanted in this house, Mr. Morgan.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Perhaps you'll understand this.
So scandal at last attacked the house of Amberson. Scandal spread by Isabel's own sister. Scandal spread by her own son, who broke into every house in town to make them take back the things they said about his mother. That high and mighty Amberson girl who fell in love just once too often. The Magnificent Ambersons brings you many of the Mercury players you first saw in Citizen Kane. It brings you Orson Welles as commentator, director, and producer of a truly distinguished and exciting motion picture.
But before Booth Tarkington's Magnificent Ambersons, here's a message of interest from our sponsors.
You know, I was looking for a little excitement, but I was worried about privacy. And then I found out about Vibrators.com. Vibrators.com has the perfect products for women and men and couples. They have helpful suggestions and information on how to make sure you get something just right for you. Plus, for over a decade, Vibrators.com has never played around with your privacy. While other .coms make their money by selling your information, Vibrators.com never has and never will. And when you use the special code BOOTH, that's BOOTH, at checkout, you'll receive free priority shipping on any order. That's Vibrators.com. Get a little excitement in your life.
Welcome to the Projection Booth. I'm your host, Mike White. Joining me is Mr. Rob St. Mary.
Mark my words, those automobiles are a fad.
Also joining us this week is videographer Roger L. Ryan.
Very pleased to be here.
This week we're looking at Orson Welles' sophomore film, The Magnificent Ambersons. Released in 1942, the film adapted Booth Tarkington's 1919 Pulitzer Prize-winning novel of the ascent and decline of an American family in their Midland town at the turn of the century. The fate of the Ambersons is tied to the invention of the automobile. This episode has been long in coming. This is actually kind of a episode that's been in the works for a few years, but we'll talk about that a little bit more down the line. Before we get into the history of the film, which some would say is actually more fascinating than the film itself, let's talk about the movie. It is Orson Welles' second film. Right on after he did Citizen Kane, or a little bit after he did Citizen Kane, he started working on this. And it's the story of the Ambersons and how they kind of come to power in Midland, which is kind of a stand-in for Indianapolis.
It starts out with the telling of you hear a voiceover, which is Orson Welles, and the first thing that you get is him explaining the society in which we're coming into and how things are changing so fast. In that we move through the speed of things, and it's kind of interesting the way he does it because he uses the fashions of the era in order to do it. So the first image we get with the voiceover is a house and a streetcar, and talks about how in this time of gentility, basically, if a lady called down to the street, they would wait for her to come down and take care of what she needed to take care of. Everything was a little bit more leisurely. Then we get into how fast fashion was changing during these times. Over these maybe 20 or so years, I would say basically kind of like Victorian era, post Civil War to around turn of 1900. And we get the feeling that we're also being told about a certain class of people, which I think really connects Magnificent Ambersons to Kane in a way, is that it's sort of a discussion of the American aristocracy, for lack of a better term. It's a certain family, and they have a certain level of prestige and name in this town, and we're guided through as we learn about the young boy, George. We learn about his mother, his father, his grandfather, and the various other things that are connected to them, meaning that this man, Eugene Morgan, played by Joseph Cotton, used to be a suitor of George's mother, and following the death of George's father, reappears on the scene at just about the same time that George becomes interested in Eugene's daughter, although in the first introduction, we don't exactly know that until it's revealed.
I like the way that the characters are kind of introduced in this film, because we see a lot of the characters before we really even know who they are or what their story is. When we first see Joseph Cotton, he's engaging in the different fashions of the day, showing the different hats that he was wearing. When we first see Major Amberson, he's one of the guys who's wearing an older hat who gets it knocked off of his head with a snowball. When we see Isabel Amberson, she's in the window looking down at Joseph Cotton, and we kind of have this little story about Cotton tripping over this bass viol as he's trying to serenade her. We also even get to see a little bit of Aunt Fanny, who's played by Agnes Moorehead, as one of this kind of chorus of women who are gossiping about the Ambersons. And I like this kind of Greek chorus thing that they have, too, with the people in the town and the way that they talk about the Ambersons. And they kind of tell us more about the Ambersons in this part of it than anybody else, maybe even Welles in his narration. So it's kind of a nice little thing that we have before the story starts proper. We kind of have these glimpses of these characters as they're being led along. And then also the way that Welles is shooting it is this kind of old-timey, the edges are kind of blurred, and it's like taking us back to this nostalgic time, which is kind of interesting to me because this is 1941 that he's shooting it, and the nostalgic time that he's talking about is 40, 50 years earlier. So it's not like this huge leap in time, but he's using some of the silent film techniques from the teens and 20s to give it this old-timey look.
I've heard it reported that people felt it was Welles playing a little joke by having Agnes Moorehead appear in the Greek chorus early in the film, as if she's playing two different roles in the movie. But in fact, of course, that is Fanny, because at that point she is simply Wilbur Minafer's sister. She is not part of the Ambersons clan. It's not until Isabel marries Wilbur that Fanny is invited to come live with the family. And that really sets up the dynamics of that character throughout the film. Fanny is torn in a way. She doesn't necessarily feel like she's part of the aristocracy of the Ambersons. But at the same time, she is, she's been removed from just the common townsfolk. It's repeated throughout the film how her friendship with Mrs. Johnson, who's just one of the townspeople, how that affects the perception of the relationship between Eugene and Isabel. The gossip and everything, she hears it, because she's obviously still friends with the people who would make such gossip.
So in that opening part, we get introduced to Georgie Minafer, who will be played by Tim Holt, but he's played by a child actor before that, and we get to see what a brat young Georgie is, that his mother has foisted all this attention upon him. She doesn't really love her husband that much because he's just this kind of a wet noodle, so she really pays all of her attention to Georgie, and he kind of becomes a little bit of a monster because of it. The townspeople are really looking for him to have his comeuppance.
His what?
His comeuppance. Something's bound to take him down someday. I only want to be there.
They're like kind of lying in wait for him quite a bit, and there are discussions about like, oh well, when he goes to school, he'll get the stuffing knocked out of him, and he comes back, and unfortunately for the town, he hasn't had the stuffing knocked out of him. If anything, he seems like he's a little bit even more arrogant when he comes back, and that's kind of our real introduction to George Minafer, being played by Tim Holt at this time, and we get properly introduced to everyone else in the cast via a ball at the Amberson mansion. A very, very lush ball, beautifully shot kind of thing as we go through. And as Rob was saying, there's this kind of mistaken identity thing going on where George is meeting Lucy and kind of, I won't say flirting, because it seems like he is just kind of strutting around like a peacock a little bit. He keeps ripping on Eugene and calling him a queer duck, and not knowing that Eugene Morgan is Lucy's father. And I kind of love that reveal that they have.
Look here. Who sent you those flowers you keep making such a fuss over?
Lucy?
He did.
Who's he?
The queer-looking duck.
Come for that dance.
Oh, him. I suppose he's some old widower. Some old widower.
Yes, he is a widower. I ought to have told you before. He's my father.
Oh, well, that's a horse on me. If I'd known he was your...
This is our dance. But I guess I won't insist on it.
George, dear, are you enjoying the party?
Yes, Mother, very much. Will you please excuse us? Miss Morgan?
Yeah, it's really interesting, that reveal, because at first you get the feeling that Tim Holt's character thinks that, well, not only is he an odd duck, but he's like some sort of cradle robber, because he's her flowers. So it was like, huh? It's kind of an implied sort of oddness. And then he goes, oh, it's my father. And then he's like, oh, okay. But you don't get this, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize kind of thing. He just kind of continues on and really doesn't change too much in terms of his feeling about the odd duck of Eugene, at least during the ball. He tries to soften a little bit, but mostly just kind of focuses his attention more onto her as opposed to talking about, Eugene. So it's more about, so what about you, and can we go out tomorrow, and all this.
And this section of the film is very, very layered when it comes to the dialogue. Throughout the film, we're really going to get Wells's radio experience coming into play, just with the way that the dialogue is presented to us and the way that the soundtrack works. But I think especially in this time, we're seeing that really come to the fore, where we are getting so much information and it's all coming at once, and really the way that people are talking and things are being overlaid and stuff. I mean, reading the script of this, at times it was a little confusing, just because you would get all of these different characters just kind of giving a few words here and there, and it's building and building and building the story, even though it's not in one cohesive, narrative line. And I like the way that we kind of move from this character to another character, and the way that we are getting the story told to us in this, to me, it's a rather fascinating way.
It is rather much based on the ensemble. I mean, the whole story, and we'll get into it later as to why I have my problems with it, but I think that that's really one of its strengths, and I also think possibly one of its weaknesses, is that it has this tendency to float from person to person, and we're not given one person to really connect with, and the only person that we really spend a decent amount of time to connect with is the George character, and he's not really all that likable at times.
Though this is the time where we could kind of have our allegiances with Eugene Morgan, and especially after the dance, we go with him and we kind of follow along with him and Lucy, who's played by Ann Baxter, in Eugene's kind of prototype car.
Papa!
Huh?
Papa, you think George is terribly
Oh, he's still only a boy. Plenty of fine stuff in it. Can't help but be. He's Isabel Amberson's son.
You liked her pretty well once, I guess, Papa.
Do still.
One of the things Wells is doing is he's using the model of the automobiles to let you know that the time period is changing. Certainly you're meant to recognize that the automobile changes by the time the last ball is occurring and Eugene and Lucy are driving home. You'll later see that car in the factory scene when the camera is tracking away from it to reveal the new model. And the characters even comment on it. So now you realize, oh, even more time has passed. And so that's a continuing motif throughout the film. I think at this point they start pretty much establishing the idea that Eugene, who is widowed, is back in town, and he's very cautiously and I guess, we would say secretly courting Isabel, but he's obviously not doing it while she's married. And what ends up happening is Wilbur Minifer dies prematurely, and Eugene, in a sense, sees that this is his opening to possibly rekindle the old romance.
I think this is kind of where some of the confusion that I had the first few times that I watched this movie came into play. The whole idea of Eugene ostensibly is kind of courting two women at once. He's got Aunt Fanny, who he really kind of, and I put this in air quotes, should be courting because she is unmarried. And then he really, though, wants Isabel. And there's this conflict that's going on that is, I won't say it's unspoken in the film, but it's not as broadly broadcast as it might have been in other ways. And I definitely picked it up more when I was reading the book. I mean, in there it was fairly clear, but seeing it in the film, it took me a long time before I realized that, he's seeing Fanny and Isabel at the same time and basically bringing Fanny along almost for appearances. And I don't know how much of that she realizes or even kind of puts up with just to have time with Eugene, but he really has no interest in her whatsoever.
Oh yeah, I'm absolutely convinced that Fanny knows that it's a one-sided attraction. There's no point, I think, in the film at all where it's implied that Eugene has any interest in Fanny. It's always, usually you're hearing about this from the Uncle Jack character, who is telling you how silly Fanny is, presenting herself over Eugene. And I think it's clear from her very kind of neurotic small talk and everything she says. She realizes she's the third wheel, that she shouldn't be there. But again, she desires to have some kind of identity as apart from being Wilbur Minifer's sister.
And that's really kind of what sets her off. You mentioned the death of Wilbur Minifer. Is after he dies, there's really no reason for her to stick around. I mean, there's the, being George's aunt kind of thing, and there's plenty of room in the Amberson mansion, but with Wilbur out of the picture...
Wilbur Minifer. Quiet man. Town will hardly know he's gone.
She's kind of there, and I think that's really kind of what sets her off in one of her first fits, and we see her engage in several fits throughout the film.
Oh, Aunt Fanny.
Oh, Fanny, we were only teasing.
Oh, let me alone.
Please, Fanny.
We didn't mean
Let go
anything.
of me. Please.
We didn't know you got so sensitive as all this.
Quite a bit of the cutting was done because audiences responded poorly to Fanny, specifically to Moorhead's performance. Everyone felt, apart from Wells, and I assume Moorhead herself, felt that she was too over the top in a number of scenes. We won't know, obviously, but my feeling is that people were uncomfortable with the unsympathetic portrayal, and I think this is true of Fanny, and I think it's true of Tim Holt's performance as George to some extent, that they didn't like this idea of spending so much time with unlikable people. That's where the drama is. I mean, Fanny is not going to be a suitable match for Eugene because she's an emotional wreck. I think that the payoff for Moorhead's performance in this fashion is probably found in the final scene of the film that was cut, which is the boarding house scene. I think that's the payoff for everything you've seen in Fanny up to that point. But I can only speculate on that.
I think Agnes Moorehead does a great job in here. I mean, she had a very small role in Citizen Kane as Kane's mother, and does a great job with about the 2 minutes of screen time that she has in Citizen Kane. But in here, it does a fantastic job. And when I read that she had been nominated for an Oscar for this role, I was like, that was a good choice, because she is quite good in here. I think some of the performances are quite excellent. I think, Joseph Cotten does a great job as well, and several of the other actors, but I really think that she is a standout in here in terms of the film.
So we have kind of this dual courtship going on between Georgie and Lucy, and then also Isabel and Eugene. And then, as you mentioned, we have Uncle Jack, who's played by Ray Collins there. And we have a little bit of Major Amberson, even though I would say that Major Amberson really doesn't play a huge role in this film. He feels like, he's just kind of, he's the patriarch and everything, but a lot of his stuff seemed to have ended up on the cutting room floor as well. I mean, there are some nice scenes with Jack and the Major are they in a car or a carriage?
They're in a carriage, and about half of that scene was cut, the last half, which, I would agree that I think Richard Bennett's performance as Major Amberson, a lot of that hit the cutting room floor, which I think is a real shame, because, again, I think he's giving a very real performance. Now, that reality of that performance could be possibly due to just the actor himself having trouble remembering his lines, but there's something that creates something very real about that. There's a wonderful little moment in the last ball scene where the camera is pulled back to reveal a punch bowl, and Major Amberson is asking Eugene if he wants some punch, and the characters are talking, and Richard Bennett crosses behind them, and you can tell that he's looking for his mark on the floor. That, the shot, again, it's been truncated, and it had been going for probably a good minute or so before it even got to him, and he doesn't want to screw it up. And so you can tell he's looking for his mark, and he walks and he looks down, and then he lifts his head up, and he makes it part of the character. It's kind of a weird, distracted look, and it fits perfectly with who the Major is. Despite the fact that you've lost so much footage from him, his final scene where he's ruminating in front of the fireplace is one of the most amazing moments, I think, on film, period.
I think it's also, I would say, maybe a testament to Welles himself, because if you look at Kane and this as well, it seems that Orson Welles, for a guy who's in his 20s, understood old people. Like, if you look at how, especially in Kane, where he himself plays a man who gets older and understanding sort of like movement of old people and how they do things, I think that just sort of adds to it. I mean, he just had this ability to pull this out, to get actors who were, 20, 30 years younger and make them older. Not to say that the gentleman who plays Major Amberson was, 25, because I don't think he was. But he just has that ability, and I think he does a really good job with that in both films.
Well, I think he definitely knew how to surround himself with very talented people, both actors and technicians and everything. And I think that's definitely one of his strengths when it comes to all of his films, but especially these early ones, working with Toland and Kane and working with his cinematographer, plurals, on Ambersons, and just the actors that he's chosen and everything. Even young Tim Holt, I will say, he isn't that pleasant of a character, but I have to say he is giving one hell of a performance in here, because I've seen him in other things where, he does a really good job, but I don't think I've ever seen him give a performance as nuanced as he did as Georgie Amberson. Minifer.
Probably Holt's performance is the thing that turns people off the most. If they're going to have a problem with Ambersons, they tend to point to his performance, but I think he's doing exactly what Welles wanted him to do. When you spend enough time, I guess, rewatching the film or understanding what the original intentions were behind it, you start to see really the subtle changes that occur within that character. And certainly I think the recutting of the film and the resequencing of the film for the released version unsettles that. There's an important scene that occurs far too late in the sequencing, which is supposed to come earlier, which puts everything that comes after in a different relief. When you recognize how the film was originally structured, you start to see the more nuanced changes in George's behavior, actually.
At some point, Georgie really starts to realize that Mr. Morgan has interests in his mother. And having had his father pass away within the last not quite a year, he's really kind of put out that his mother would... I think that's kind of the excuse he uses anyway, is that his mother hasn't had her proper time of mourning and is afraid that people will start to talk about the family and if she does anything with Eugene before that year is up. But really, I think it's just that he is very, very jealous of Eugene Morgan and very overprotective of his mother. And really, that's one of the big conflicts in the film, is between Georgie and Eugene. And in that case, I'm definitely on Eugene's side. But we have Georgie really starting to trash Eugene in subtle and not so subtle ways. I mean, we've already talked about how he called him a queer duck before he even knew who he was, but then afterwards we get him. I think the most pointed scene for that is at a dinner when George comes out and talks about how useless the automobile is.
Gene, what's this I hear about someone else opening up a horseless carriage shop somewhere out in the suburbs?
I suppose they'll drive you out of business, or else the two of you will get together and drive all the rest of us off of the street.
Well, we'll even things up by making the streets bigger. Automobiles will carry our streets clear out to the county line.
Well, I hope you're wrong, because if people go to moving that far, real estate values here in the old residence part of town will be stretched pretty thin.
So your devilish machines are going to ruin all your old friends, eh, Gene? Do you really think they're going to change the face of the land?
They're already doing it, Major, and it can't be stopped.
Automobiles are a useless nuisance. What did you say, George?
I said automobiles are a useless nuisance. Never amount to anything but a nuisance, and they had no business to be invented.
Of course, you forget Mr. Morgan makes them. Also, did he share in inventing them? If you weren't so thoughtless, he might think you rather offensive.
I'm not sure George is wrong about automobiles. With all their speed forward, they may be a step backward in civilization. It may be that they won't add to the beauty of the world or the life of men's souls. I'm not sure. But automobiles have come. And almost all outward things are going to be different because of what they bring. They're going to alter war, and they're going to alter peace. And I think men's minds are going to be changed in subtle ways because of automobiles. And it may be that George is right. It may be that in 10 or 20 years from now, if we can see the inward change in men by that time, I shouldn't be able to defend the gasoline engine, but would have to agree with George that automobiles had no business to be invented.
The great thing, to the credit of the character of Eugene, played by Joseph Cotton, is that during the whole time that he's being slammed by George Miniver, he always is very nice, and is even willing to talk about the question of the automobile. That, yes, indeed, it may lead to some changes and some problems, that we may not even know right now. He's very much a gentleman. I mean, he's not someone to use this, I'm an adult, you're a kid kind of, looking down my nose at you kind of thing, or try to play that kind of role that I think you would see in lesser written characters, where they would take these affronts and shove them back at them harder.
It really hits an important theme that's happening in Ambersons. George, as an Amberson, and the Amberson family, their wealth is based on land ownership. It's old money to some extent. What ends up happening with the Industrial Revolution and the coming of the automobile is that their land literally becomes less valuable because people start moving further out to the suburbs. The real estate values start dropping. So the wealth is being eroded. And this is an important motivation for George, is he doesn't know what his future is going to be. He recognizes that the wealth is slipping away, and he doesn't know what path he should take. So not only does he have this situation where Eugene is apparently courting his mother, but he sees Eugene as the enemy in as much as his invention of the automobile is going to basically erode the wealth of the family away.
You're going to take away his power on all fronts. The undivided attention that his mother gives to him, even when his father was around, he was this angel to her, and now to have someone else come into that picture, but yeah, also to have someone who might be eroding that wealth. And really, George is just such a layabout when it comes to his motivations. I mean, from the first time that we get him talking with Lucy, and how when he's out at college, he's studying a lot of useless guff, and that he wants to be a yachtsman. That is his goal in life. And it's just like, no motivation whatsoever. He just expects everything to be handed to him. And the scene that I mentioned a little bit earlier, as far as the Major and Uncle Jack talking, and him saying that he thinks that George must think that he's made out of gold. And it's like, yeah, George is really good at spending other people's money, and that seems to be his real skill in life.
I like the fact that he wants to be a yachtsman, but he's from a landlocked state. When we talk about this whole thing about the automobile and how it's going to change a city, I don't think we've seen that in Detroit at all. I think that, it's been exactly the opposite. I think more people are moving into the city, not out to the suburbs. Oh, yeah. None of that happened. Yeah. That's the thing that's interesting watching this through the eyes of a Detroiter is you often think to yourself, did Henry Ford have these conversations at dinner with people, around the turn of the century in our fair city?
Yeah, and was he, blaming everything on the Jews or not?
Yeah, I didn't see Eugene sending goons after his workers when they tried to form a union. But then again, we didn't get that far along, did we?
Well, that's one of the real attribute of the film Ambersons is that Eugene, certainly as performed by Joseph Cotten, is extremely charming. And yet his character is still flawed to some extent in that he doesn't recognize the damage that he's doing. He's shown to be stubborn to some extent, although most of the time he's very congenial. But I would say he's romantic to a fault. And again, not to keep jumping ahead here, but I think the payoff for that was Wells's original boarding house ending, in which he believes the right thing to do is to go visit Fanny, and he's going to make everything all right because he feels that everything has a happy ending. What he discovers is that he couldn't be more mistaken about what his relationship is with the Amberson family.
He's too polite. He doesn't give it back to George at this dinner scene. And when George then turns around and casts Eugene out of the house a few scenes later and refuses to let him see his mother, let Eugene see Isabel, he just walks away. And that's the worst, the saddest part of the film, is him being turned away again. I mean, there is so much of this film that has Eugene Morgan, Joseph Cotten, standing in doorways, basically being barred entrance from the Amberson mansion. And it's just, I want to see him kick down the door and go storming up to Isabel's room, maybe, throw down on the ground and make dirty love to her. But, that's not going to happen. Eugene is way too nice and does not ever turn his sights on George. I think the closest that he comes is later on in the film when he writes a very pointed letter to Isabel. And that's about as close as we come to him having an outburst. And I don't know if it's this whole era of manners, and I believe that it is. I believe that we are living in this world that Wells set up for us within the first few minutes of us being in the Magnificent Ambersons, and that is a world where passions are being controlled for the most part, though George is kind of out of control, but the passion is being controlled, and we're not going to get Eugene saying what he wants and doing what he wants and taking what he deserves.
It does come out of, obviously, it's America, but it does come out of that Victorian-era sensibility, which, the story starts, and you have someone like Eugene who would have grown up in the late 1800s, and, of course, that was more locked down than someone who's 20, 25 years younger, I guess, is what you would say in the case of the George character. So it's this contrast of generations that's in there, and also sort of that cusp there where we talk about, America moving into modernity, and at the same time trying to keep up these appearances of what sort of gentle society was all about at that time.
Also, to some extent, and I think this goes along with the idea that Eugene is just, a nice guy, and certainly he's represented as somebody who was just an ordinary guy from the town who managed to do really well in business and is elevating his position. But in one of the cutscenes from the last ball, or one of the moments from the last ball that was cut, you really get the sense that Eugene refuses to think poorly of George. His Uncle Jack, is kind of referring to him as the tin god on wheels, and kind of trying to let Eugene know that this kid's, spoiled rotten. And Eugene won't hear it. In his mind, if Isabel loves her boy is loyal to Isabel, that's fine by him. He takes a long time to get angry over the rebuffing.
Tell me, what do people in this town think about young George, generally?
Well, a lot of people that are glad to express their opinions about him quite strongly, too.
Yes? What's the matter with him, Fred?
Too much Amberson, I suppose, for one thing. And for another, Isabel just fell down and worshipped him from the day he was born. I don't see how she doesn't see the truth about that boy of hers. She thinks he's a little tin god on wheels. I tell you, Gene, she actually sits and worships him. You can hear it in her voice when she speaks to him. You can see it in her eyes when she looks at him. My heavens, I often wonder, what does she see when she looks at him?
Yes, well, she sees something that we don't see.
What?
An angel.
Tell me, Gene, when you met George tonight, did you see an angel?
No, all I saw was a remarkably good-looking fool boy with the pride of Satan and a set of nice new drawing-room manners. No, Fred, mothers see the angel in us because the angel is there. And mothers are always right.
Yes, I know what you mean, Gene. You mean that George's mother is always right.
I'm afraid she's always been.
She was wrong once, old fellow. At least so it seemed to me.
No.
I also think, too, is this, not only this generational aspect, but like you were saying, he was just this guy from the town who happened to get ahead based on his wits and his business acumen. And I think that also is a different thing, because before that era, America was much more European before we get into the modern era, where it was about family and what a family name meant and things like that. I mean, that's very old European kind of sensibility, that I'm Inigo Montoya, you killed my father, prepare to die kind of attitude. That's not America. Like, here, your name really doesn't mean anything. It's all about what you do individually. And sort of this old aristocracy idea that, in a lot of ways, the George character is really trying to hold on to, because it's really all he has. If he doesn't have a career and he doesn't have his own way of doing things and he can't really set himself up on his own wits, then all he really has is the name Ambersons, which really isn't even his name. He is of the family lineage, yes, but he's an Amberson, but he's not at the same time. And he still wants to hold on to what that means. He still wants to be part of what that means. And that's why that's so valuable to him.
It's treated like a joke in the film even. You'll have characters who say, Mr. Amberson, I mean Mr. Minifer, because, of course, it's not actually his name, but Isabel Amberson is always more important than the man she married. That's a running theme through the film.
And that Amberson Boulevard at the end gets stripped of its name and just becomes 10th Street. It's like, even the family name has been declined so much that it is taken off of the street signs. That is, we really that is the moment where we know that they have lost everything. And that's one of the few things that, kind of sticks around when it comes to the decline of the Ambersons, because really that's so much of what gets lost. We see and we understand while we're watching this film that things aren't necessarily going as well for the Ambersons as it might have, but not in the fashion that originally was crafted. We get a lot of things that are kind of missing to show. Well, one, I think passage of time. There's a lot of problems when it comes to showing passage of time with the film. And then two is the decline of the Ambersons. We're not getting nearly as much of that. Getting back into the story a little bit. So I mentioned that Eugene is turned away from the Amberson mansion. Georgie kind of steals his mother away and takes her over to Europe. And back at home, we are getting conversations about what's going on with Isabel. And she finally comes back into the country and is incredibly weak. While she was away, her health really took a turn for the worse, even though she wasn't the most healthy person around. And Eugene comes back to that door, tries to get up and see Isabel, and he makes it inside, but he's turned away again and cannot see her. And that, to me, is the most heartbreaking part of the film.
Just the idea that even that now George has the ability to control it even more, that he didn't like Eugene, he can keep Eugene away. And especially at the time when, really what's the harm? If she is going to die, it's like it would be nice for people to get a chance to be a comfort and, and have those moments. But it just shows how even more selfish he is. I mean, it's not selfish enough to spend the money and be a brat, but to be that selfish in terms of, I guess maybe it's more of an existentialist selfishness. It's like you can't even, you control your own life. You're going to go control someone else's too.
Why would George insist that Eugene not be there? And I think it just, again, comes down to he sees Eugene, he sees the Morgans as enemies, because we have to keep in mind before he left for Europe, he had a lovely little walk with Lucy, and she basically put him in his place and infuriated him. And so he's not only angry at Eugene, he's angry at Lucy. And so I think he's acting out by preventing Eugene from seeing the dying Isabel because of his feelings for Lucy. He wants to get back at her. But I would agree that, that moment where he's with the dying Isabel and she asks if Eugene has been there. And interestingly, you would think almost that George would not tell her the truth and tell her, no, he didn't come. But in fact, he doesn't want to lie to her. And so he says, yes, he was here. And then she delivers her last line, which is, oh, I would have liked to have seen him just once. That's a line that's going to haunt George now for, the rest of his life.
I love that shot, the shot of her in the bed, and that kind of almost like a spider web kind of thing going over her face in shadow, and just the beauty of that mise en scène is just, I love the way that looks. I mean, there's a lot of beautiful shots in Magnificent Ambersons, but I think that is one of the most beautiful ones.
And I would say that the following shot, again, it's been shortened for the release version, but if I had to point to one moment in any of Welles's films that I think is absolutely an example of his genius, I would say it's the following shot that begins on Major Amberson, who's fitfully trying to sleep. He wakes up, the camera pulls away from him, and there's this kind of confusion where you see Uncle Jack come from frame left, and he literally bumps into George and into Fanny as Fanny enters the room. It's very confusing. Fanny grabs hold of George and just says, "She loved you. She loved you." And it fades out, and you know that it means that Isabella's died. Just within a few seconds, it perfectly captures that sense of waiting around for the inevitable, of that sense of what do you do when you know someone's going to die. You just kind of stand around in each other's company, and then just that kind of confusion of what do you say. And it's just a very subtle, very beautiful moment. I would point to that as, that's Orson Welles at his best right there.
And it's very shortly thereafter that the Major passes in a very interesting scene where we have him talking about the way that the Earth came out of the sun and we came out of the Earth. And that's pretty much his final words. And I like that we even don't hear all of his final words, that we kind of fade out as he is talking, and just to kind of signify that he's passing into this other world, as it were. And I think that we kind of, again, I was talking about the condensing of time. I think there's supposed to be more time happening there, or we're supposed to know that more time has happened, but it almost seems like a 1-2 kind of thing between Isabel and the Major. Also, we kind of miss, I mean, there's a little bit of it, but we really kind of miss the whole importance of the Major never having deeded the house to Isabel, and basically without that, George has no kind of claim on the house, and then when the Major dies, that's it. The family is out.
Certainly, almost everything related to the financial problems of the Ambersons has been cut from the film. And it's layered in there very early on. During the snow ride sequence, it's referenced to. It's referenced again when George comes home from college. It happens throughout the film, and you get so little of it, and so you're not really sure. Well, what happened to the family? Why are they in such dire straits? But in fact, the scene with the Major was again longer in Welles's original edit. Basically, you're watching the Major's face while you're hearing the other members of the family talking. And the information they're giving you is that you've learned that Fanny, who has invested all of her money in a headlight company, has lost it all. And so you understand that there's a problem there. You're given the information that the deed can't be found. And all of that's very important to understand the final third of the film. Because of the financial situation, they're losing the mansion. Jack is able to get a position at a consulship. He's going to be leaving the family, and the idea is he's going to try to, earn some money and possibly send some money back to the family. But at this point, George and Fanny are going to have to move out of the mansion, and they're looking into renting a room at a boarding house. It's at this point where, in the release version of the film, there's a sequencing change where they change the order of these final scenes, and I think it disturbs the way you're supposed to view the series of events. To start off with the train station sequence, which shows Uncle Jack getting ready to leave, the first half of the scene has been cut out, and in the first half of the scene, he's asking George for money because he simply doesn't have it. And George has a little bit left, and George gives him the money. In fact, George says, "I wish you'd take more." And so, you're starting to see a different George here. This scene originally was followed by a scene in which George walks home through the town from the train station back to the Amberson mansion. And it's this very disturbing, eerie montage, a series of dissolves showing just the buildings that are falling apart, factories that have been built up. A lot of dirt and grime and poverty, basically.
George Amberson Minifer walked homeward slowly through what seemed to be the strange streets of a strange city. For the town was growing and changing. It was heaving up in the middle incredibly. It was spreading incredibly. And as it heaved and spread, it befouled itself and darkened its sky. This was the last walk home he was ever to take up National Avenue to Amberson Addition and the big old house at the foot of Amberson Boulevard. Tomorrow they were to move out. Tomorrow everything would be gone.
George reaches home to the Ambersons, and again, another shot that I would love if it was in the release version is a matte shot of the Amberson mansion. As he approaches, and you can see that the mansion has been neglected. It's deteriorated. He goes inside. He walks through the mansion, and you realize that much of the furniture has already been sold. And he goes to Isabel's bedroom, and he kneels at the bed, and he says,
"Mother, forgive
forgive me. God, forgive me.
Wells does this beautiful narrative passage in which he talks about the fact that George has now received his comeuppance that the townspeople had wished for so many years earlier. It's at this point where the change has now occurred with George. The following scene is George trying to console Fanny, who is having a complete mental breakdown in the kitchen. And he's telling her that they do not have enough money to afford the boarding house that she wants to live at. So he goes to an old nemesis of his, a character named Roger Bronson. And Bronson has been trying to help him possibly get an apprenticeship with a legal firm. And George says, I have to have something quicker that'll pay from the start. And he says, I understand they pay high wages to people who work with dangerous chemicals in a dynamite factory. Basically, what you're to realize is that George here is willing to do some really nasty stuff to make money. And it's not for him, it's for his aunt. This scene is then followed by a sequence between Eugene and Lucy, in which they discuss in metaphorical terms the plight of the Ambersons and of George in particular. And Lucy tells it like it's a Native American tale about a proud chief who walked over people and so forth. And Eugene, of course, realizes that she's talking metaphorically about George and about the Ambersons, but he kind of teases her about it. But this scene is then followed by an accident scene in which, in fact, George has not been hurt at a dynamite factory, but has been run over by an automobile, which, of course, is the grand irony of the whole story. And that leads us into what was, and now you've got two different endings. You know, you've got the Wells original ending, and you've got an ending that exists in the release film, as you can see now, that was reshot.
So let's stick to the release version where we've got Fanny and Eugene showing up at the hospital where Georgie is after he had his accident. And it is one of the most schmaltzy scenes that I've ever seen. Just those two talking that George is going to be okay, and Eugene talking about how when he was in the hospital room with George, he felt like there was another presence there, that it was Isabel kind of looking down and approving that George was there with Eugene, or Eugene was there with George, and telling Fanny about that, and them kind of smiling and walking out, and, you know, the music swelling, and just feeling like it has been completely tacked on. I mean, the style is completely different when it comes to that ending, and it's so abrupt to me. It's like, what? Really? This is the end? You know, it just, I don't know. It really does not do a whole lot for me.
Yeah, that ending is about as bad as what we talked about on the Coffin Joe episode, where they tacked on the ending in the final 30 seconds of the second Coffin Joe film, where it's like, oh, I've seen the light. Yes, Jesus is, great. And it's like, no, it's not as abrupt as that, but it's pretty bad. The thing that's interesting is when you get into the other version of the film, the remake, is how different the ending is. So since I haven't read or seen what the original plan was for Ambersons, I'm sure it was definitely not that, as we definitely know it wasn't.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Magnificent Ambersons. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Christopher Wells, author of In My Father's Shadow.
I think Ambersons is a unique film among my father's work because, first of all, it's the only film of the features that he completed where he doesn't have a part in it, He is not a major actor in that film. And if you think of all his other films, he definitely has the main role usually, right? But in Ambersons, he's only the narrator. Now, that's already interesting because here he is, he's the narrator, and he's taking us by the hand and leading us back to a lost world, basically. The antebellum world of before the automobile, when people lived, there was elegance and there was more leisure, And so the opening of Ambersons, I think, is so marvelous because we just hear his voice, and he's recreating this whole world for us in the opening scenes, which are definitely his footage. They didn't monkey with anything in the first few reels of the film. And yes, I think in a way he is evoking his own childhood because he grew up, I'm sure you know, he grew up in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and his father had a hotel in, I think, Decatur, Illinois, where he spent many summers when he was a boy. And so he was in touch with that world that we see in The Magnificent Ambersons, and I think he was trying to bring it back for us. And so in that sense, there is a lot of nostalgia, I think, in this film.
Peter Bogdanovich.
The narrator that you played, and so to speak, in Ambersons, it has the quality of, the sort of the storyteller, the man who's telling the story for everybody to hear.
That's right. And I like that for movies.
Oh, it's great.
And
but nobody ever does it.
No, and I wanted to do more. As I say, I have never had a chance to, and I'd like to.
And it's supposed to be uncinematic.
I know, it's a great, it's one of the cliches of, but that if the narration is cinematic nonsense.
Were you deliberately looking for something in which you wouldn't appear?
Yes.
Why was that?
I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done it. I was obsessed in my hot youth with the idea that I would not be a star. That I would only incidentally play great roles. Now, there's no such thing as incidentally playing great roles, because you're not going to get them offered to you or anything. And I was in a position to promote myself as a star, and I should have. I should have gone back to New York and played Hamlet, and as long as it was going, I didn't. I had this idea that I wanted to be known as a director, and that was it.
A persistent theme is how money and power corrupts. We see this in Citizen Kane, and then in the Shakespeare films, he picks films where Macbeth is undone by his ambition, Othello is undone by his jealousy, and on and on. And what's unique about the Ambersons is that instead of dealing with the folly of human nature, we're dealing with the onset of the industrial age, the invention of the automobile, and how that completely destroyed the world as they knew it. That, I think, that's what fascinated my father about the Booth Tarkington novel on which this film is based. And I think he himself had a great nostalgia for the world that we see in the film before the industrial age, before factories, before cars, that kind of wonderful world that he evokes for us in the opening scenes of The Magnificent Ambersons.
It's a marvelous book, and Tarkington, I think, is an extraordinary writer who must be discovered again, because he did write some things that are not so much sentimental as dated in their attitudes. He's disappeared.
Yes,
but he
very out of fashion.
But he deserves to be taken much more seriously than he is, and a great, if Ambersons the movie has any quality, a great part of it is due to Tarkington. Very much like my father, who was an early automobile maker and racer and friend of Tarkington, and there's a lot of my father in that character, both as Tarkington wrote it and as I did.
Yeah.
He comes at my father from the first author and the second.
In other words, sort of the inventor who has a nostalgia for the...
Well, he was a man. He was a very early automobile fellow, and he had a deep suspicion of what the automobile would do. He was fascinated by it and very much afraid of what it was going to do to the world.
Booth Tarkington's The Magnificent Ambersons. Tarkington was a family friend. The character of Eugene, the inventor, is based on my father. Died when I was 15. My mother when I was 9. Ambersons is about how everything gets taken away from you.
I wrote the script partly on King Vita's yacht.
Oh, how marvelous.
Yeah, off Catalina. Quite a lot of it. And the rest of it. in Mexico. Then we rehearsed it, longer than I've ever rehearsed anything in a movie, because it was a relatively small cast. Everybody, we worked very hard for, I think we were 5 weeks rehearsing.
Without
very long, nothing, just, not on sets or anything, no movements, just rehearse. And then we recorded every scene, which I've often done, so that we remembered what we'd thought about it, so that when you came on the set, there was the way we had decided it ought to sound, even if we were going to change our minds.
That's great.
And I've done that since a lot.
Which would save a lot of time.
It does, but also it gives you new ideas. You see what's wrong and everything. It's kind of a preview. You come fresh after a week or two and hear anew. Anyway.
There were many sound problems on Magnificent Ambersons. The most important was that it was shot at Pathé Studio. And one of the early scenes that were shot was the big family reunion party and ballroom with the whole family. Orson shot this entirely on a crane. And the crane was the biggest crane that we could get in Hollywood. The floors of Pathé Studios were probably at that time 25 or 30 years old and were never meant to carry that kind of weight. Every time the crane moved, the floors squeaked. It made the soundtrack absolutely impossible to use. And he went from one person to the other, if you've seen the picture, of course, went from one person to the other and from one group to the other with continuous dialogue from the various people.
Picture was very carefully planned.
You mean the setups and so on?
Well, I never planned setups, but people made the sketch artists made setups. I never paid any attention to them, but they like to do that. But I mean, we planned everything technically everything was very well set up.
Well, then the ballroom technically, of course, is a big job, yes. But not as hard as you might think, because the sets were built for it, you see. Mm-hmm. We didn't go into a set and then say, let's do this ballroom. The whole thing was
for the kind of movement.
Yes.
Kind of camera movement.
All that was planned before it was built, so we didn't have to wonder what we'd do. We knew that this wall was going here and this wall was going there and everything before we started. Yeah.
Later in the picture, there's a crucial scene where the entire family spend an afternoon out in the snow. It becomes a confrontation between the old world of the horse-drawn sleigh and the new world of the horseless carriage. Wells wanted absolute realism. He refused to shoot it in the studio, and there's not a lot of snow in Hollywood.
And Mr. Wells wouldn't use the ordinary things of shaking papers and stuff. He wanted the real thing. So we located an ice house in the east part of Los Angeles and put the set there. I think it was the sled. This young couple was in the sled and it tumbled into the snow. They crushed these huge blocks of ice and with a wind machine blew them over the set. And it was just lovely, and their breaths were all steamy and so on. And on the back of the set, at the other far corner, there were these sticks standing against the walls, and they were frozen fish, and they smelled bad. But it looked beautiful. It really looked beautiful.
The family riding through in the horseless carriage, and the four people in the carriage are conversing.
All aboard!
Orson's solution of this, which is really unbelievable, he recorded the dialogue on a non-synchronous phonograph record. It wasn't even in sync with the camera. And he played it from a balcony up in this big reverberant cavern. You couldn't stand on the stage and understand the dialogue. And the people in the carriage were trying to mouth to it, and it was not going to be in sync with the picture anyway. So I watched Orson, and I watched what was going on, and I thought, here we go again. So I walked over to him at the end of the scene, and he stood for a moment, and he turned around and looked at me and said, Jimmy, you're going to have quite a bit of trouble with this. I said, Orson, that's an exaggeration. I said, is that track going to be in sync with the picture? No, Jimmy, that's just playing. I made that in the office. So we did it, but it was a massive, massive job. I did this on the RKO music stage, as a matter of fact, without Orson being present, with each actor separately, went through and did all of their lines. Then I took and combined all of those lines, along with the noise of the horseless carriage. And I was very proud of it, very proud of it. and I ran it for Orson. This was our normal procedure. I did the work first and then got his opinion. I ran it for him, and he sat for a moment and said, "Jimmy, it's fine, but I don't have any sense of motion of the horseless carriage in their voices." As soon as he said it, of course, immediately apparent. It was too static. It's his fault now that you see all the time in our pictures. But he was very conscious of it. So I did it all over again. And I did it over with a 12-inch plank suspended by sawhorses, myself sitting on it and bouncing it up and down while the actor or actress sat on the same plank, and I tried to match the little movements in the car, not successfully, but adequately.
None of that amounted to much because it turned out that the camera work moved very slowly. Let's put it that way. In fact, the picture took longer to shoot than any picture I've ever done, instead of shorter, as it was planned.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from the United Press. Flash, Washington. The White House announces Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor.
The Magnificent Ambersons was still in production when Welles was recruited for the government by Nelson Rockefeller and John Hay Whitney and sent on a bizarre goodwill mission to South America. Its purpose was to counteract the spread of fascism. Welles received an official cable 2 weeks later on December 20th.
To Orson Welles from John Hay Whitney. Dear Orson, we understand you are willing and may be able to undertake trip to Brazil, where you would produce motion pictures in cooperation with Brazilian government. Personally believe you would make great contribution to hemisphere solidarity with this project. Regards. What happened next was to prove one of the most disastrous episodes in Welles' career.
Jonathan Rosenbaum, author of Discovering Orson Welles.
Well, he had there was a rough cut that he did in Florida at the Fleischer studio, I believe, right before, he spent 3 days doing nothing but, working on it before he went to Brazil. I believe that there was a print there, but the point is that there were orders from RKO that it be sent back. And so it certainly got out of his control. There was more than one copy, I guess, of the rough cut because there was the one they showed, obviously, and, that they previewed.
William Friedkin.
I became very friendly with the guy who was the director of photography on the film, Stanley Cortez. And what actually happened was Welles left the country and went to Brazil to try to make a film which was called It's All True. And it involved a lot of footage of the carnival in Brazil as well. He never got to edit that film, and that ties into Ambersons. But he was out of the country when the film was previewed. When they previewed the film, in one of the suburbs out here in California, it was either Pasadena, I think it was Pasadena, and maybe one other place, they did a preview of Ambersons as Welles had approved it. Robert Wise, the guy who became a great director, was the film editor of Ambersons. And Bob Wise was at the previews, and the audience actually ridiculed a lot of the film. The previews were a disaster.
Peter Bogdanovich.
They had two bad previews, two terrible previews. They previewed the film with totally inappropriate feature. The audience went in to see a light musical comedy, and then they saw this heavy movie. And they hated it. Pretty poor science on the part of the studio, because if you get a preview audience that's seeing a musical comedy and then you give them a heavy drama, it's not what they paid to see. So they're going to be upset about it. They should have previewed it with, something with a drama. But they didn't anyway, and the previews were terrible, and it's got terrible cards. I saw the cards. I actually physically had them in my hands. And some of the cards said it's one of the best movies ever made. But the majority of the cards were bad, and the audience in the theater hated it noisily.
Okay, so we're here, and we've just come across the preview cards from the Pomona screening on Tuesday, March 17th. This is very interesting. Some of these preview cards show that there's actually quite a positive response in regards to the film. It wasn't all negative. Some of these cards state they're asked, why do you like this picture, and which players did you like well enough that you'd want to see them in future pictures. We have stuff like, I like this picture, so true to true life. Very much the plot and presentation was wonderful. Mr. Morgan, Isabel, and Lucy.
Wonderful. Much better than Citizen Kane. Orson Welles is a genius. Tim Holt, very good. Dolores Costello, excellent. Richard Bennett, the scene with him in close-up, marvelous.
No, I did not care for the picture at all. I don't see why, in times of trouble, bloodshed, and hate, movie producers have to add to it by making dreary pictures.
Yes, as a study of an era, it was excellent. Photography and lighting were particularly good, probably too serious to generally appeal.
Yeah, I liked it, probably because it was sociological and had a realistic story.
Like it very much because Orson Welles has a completely original way in his presentations, and all his casts are good, down to the smallest parts.
It is poorly taken, poor in timing, and rotten photography.
Yeah, I liked it, but I feel that it was above the audience. I think it was very depressing and nerve-wracking, but still, when I think about it in retrospect, I can see its good points.
Yes, needs a good cutting. Should be a hit with more action.
If only you producers could see how much more the people enjoyed The Fleet's Inn after they had seen The Magnificent Ambersons.
Wonderful. Got a hold of me and wouldn't let go. I'm afraid it wouldn't be a box office success, however.
So morbid, I hated it. And why do we have these pictures now?
The picture is magnificent. The direction, acting, photography, and special effects are the best the cinema has yet offered. It is unfortunate that the American public, as represented at this theater, are unable to appreciate fine art. It might be perhaps criticized for being a bit too long.
No, portrayed entirely too gloomy. Lighting effects too dull. I do not like Orson Welles running his shows. He should keep quiet.
No, it's as bad, if not worse, than Citizen Kane.
Definitely 10 times better than
Never saw
Citizen
so
Kane.
much walking. It stinks. No story.
Magnificent direction. Outstanding performances.
No, because it was corny. It was too slow and I didn't
grandfather,
understand it.
mother. Lucy, good
It was
type.
so different.
Photography, excellent.
Dialogue
Snow
poor,
scenes like Courier
corny,
and Ives.
awfully dull.
Rotten.
Absolute drivel.
Yes, I like the camera technique and
No,
the
it
manner
stinks.
of telling
Too
the
dark,
story,
too slow,
i.e. the
too mixed
presentation
up.
at the beginning. Also the omission
I most
of
certainly
details
did not
which
like
did not
it.
add
Too
to
much
the plot
gloom. A
and
fine
are
story was
obvious
made to
anyway.
drag continuously
Also
by
naming
unnecessary
and giving
conversation
credit
and
to the
dullness.
cast and
It was
others
putrid.
at the end.
Never
instead
did I
of the
see
beginning.
such a bunch of junk. That picture is beyond
I liked it,
salvage.
but it
No,
seemed rather
too slow
draggy in
and
places.
gruesome.
No, because
However,
it was
well
old-fashioned
acted and the
and very poorly
photography was
directed.
Do
exceptional.
not. It is poorly taken, poor in time,
No,
and rotten
the blackout
photography.
doesn't have to be observed
Not
on
especially.
the
It was
screen.
too long and drawn out.
Turn on
Some
the
parts
lights.
should have been out.
Terrific.
The grandfather's
I
death
think a
scene and the
reunion of
farewell
Ann
to the station.
Baxter and Tim Holt should be shown
Perfect.
at the picture's
Citizen
conclusion.
Kane was marvelous.
Too much
Good, but
stuff
dragged
is being
quite a lot
cannot
of
be
times
praised
and did
too
not
highly.
explain itself.
Depressing, but better
No, it was
than
too
any
dry because
propaganda
the story
picture.
was too jumbled up.
I enjoyed Cotton
It's
and
not
Tim
the kind
Holt.
of picture we should have during this kind of history.
No,
Orson
too
Welles is
slow
the
and
most
gruesome.
tremendous director of the
Yes,
day.
but it's too
His
damn
dialogue
long.
should
Very
be
well.
louder.
Distinctly
This
Orson
is by
Welles.
far
Yes
one
and
of the
no, it was
finest
done
pictures I
superbly.
have
Special
ever
effects and
seen.
photography were tops. Some dramatic
Lousy
moments were
photography
overdone.
and a boring
The story was good
presentation.
for its type.
Very
But it was over
gruesome
the
and
average audience's
tiresome.
mentality.
The picture is a
Boring.
triumph for
Not
Mr.
even
Welles, but its subject and subtleties will go over the heads of the vast
Different.
populace whose mental capacity is restricted to Mickey Mouse and
I like
Pluto.
it very much because Orson Welles has
It
a
isn't too
completely
deep, but for
original
present
way
time,
in his
something lighter is more
presentations,
enjoyable.
and
No,
all
Orson
his
Welles
casts are
should not
good.
be.
No, the
down
worst
to
picture I ever
smallest
saw.
parts.
It's
Too
very
long and drawn
unusual,
out.
like Dan Fanning.
No, because it was too morbid. I didn't like any of the characters.
Yes, like how it had Orson Welles.
No, a
telling the
horribly
story.
distorted dream. Well done in parts, but horrible transitions of scenes. No coherence.
No, the goddamn thing stunk.
The one thing I find interesting here is you can tell that the audience members who took the time to write more tended to write more praiseworthy responses. The ones who just wrote, almost incoherent 3 or 4 letter responses hated it. It seems that this film had an audience, but RKO had spent too much money on it to just be a select audience or a specialized audience. They needed this to be a very popular entertainment.
Jonathan Rosenbaum.
It's interesting because I've looked at the preview cards, when everybody says it was a disaster. It was not a successful screening, but on the other hand, there are some title cards that say this is the greatest film I've ever seen, And I've talked to people who've seen it, who saw it then, So it's the point is that people have their own agendas about these things, and it was very much in the interest of the studio then. Given the kind of film that it was, the odds of it becoming a big commercial success were not very strong to begin with. But if you're making it on a preview on a double bill with a Lupa Vega comedy or something, and I think they previewed it after a musical or something. So it wasn't like the audience was primed for a film like that anyway.
The studio got scared, and Citizen Kane had not been a moneymaker because of the Hearst blacklist.
And RKO had to do something.
It was thought by everybody in Hollywood while I was in South America that it was too downbeat. Famous Hollywood word at the time. Downbeat. So it was all taken out. But it was the purpose of the movie.
He was not up here when we previewed the film. After we got it all finished, we had sent him a print, and he had some changes he wanted made, which we made. But then we took the picture out for preview. And the audience just wouldn't sit still for it. They laughed at it, laughed at some of the performances. They walked out in droves, and it was about as disastrous a preview as you could possibly imagine. And the studio was naturally very upset. They had a lot of money in this film, and they wanted to get it out. So Jack Moss, who was his man here, is the associate producer on the film, and I were kind of caught in the middle between Orson, his inability to come up here and do anything about it, but still wanting a voice in it, and the studio, on the other hand, who was wanting to get something done with this film that would allow him to release it. Consequently, we did cut about 25 or 30 minutes of the original film, and we had to make 2 or 3 or 4 new bridge scenes tied together, and there was a new ending shot. And then finally, after the 4th preview, after making all these changes and all, we finally had a preview that the audience seemed to sit for and at least not walk out, and didn't get any bad laughs. And that was the way it went. I can only say that all of us up here did the very best job we could with the problem.
And they ultimately, without Welles's approval, they decided to cut the last 40 minutes of the film and reshoot some of it. They didn't reshoot all of it. They changed it. They had guys come in and rewrite stuff and reshoot stuff. And Bob Wise supervised it.
And then this hysterical cutting happened, and he was unable to prevent it.
Let me just get it clear. You couldn't do anything about that? You didn't have the same sort of contract?
No, I could do nothing, because they had also promised me when I went to South America that they would send a moviola and cutters to me, and that I would finish the cutting of Ambersons there. They never did. They cut it themselves. While I was in South America, RKO was sold to Howard Hughes and another group of people. And a new studio head came in. They actually shot the last... There are 3 scenes at the end I didn't even write or shoot.
Had the film come out a year before, it might have had a whole different reaction with the audiences. So we had to have several more previews and cut it down. Finally, we had cut so much that we had a continuity problem, and we needed an added sequence. So I was asked to direct that. And after the 4th preview down in Long Beach, it played. People didn't walk, they didn't laugh at it. That's the picture you see today. From a purely artistic point of view, purely that, it was probably a better film in its entirety. Looking at it from a film buff standpoint, I don't think there's any question of that. But we are faced with the realities of the other part of it. And I only have to say this, that I think the fact that the film has come down through the years in its own right is somewhat of a minor, if not more than that, classic, means that we didn't really bastardize it completely.
The real point of Ambersons, everything that is any good in it, is that part of it which was really just a preparation for the decay of the Ambersons. It's to see how they all slid downhill, you see, in one way or another. How their relationships, how they turned away from each other, and all of that kind of thing.
What is left of the picture is only the golden world and a kind of arbitrary ringing down of the curtain by a series of clumsy, quick devices, because the bad black world that came was just too much for the people at that time, and I wasn't there to be able to fight for it. I remember that even Joe Cotton wrote me in South America and says, "You have no idea how, now that we've seen the whole picture together with an audience, how terrifying and frightening the last part of the picture is. It's just too much for the audience." So that even those people who had my interest, that I'd felt that I'd gone too far, I don't believe I had. That was what I wanted to do, was to, it was a very tough picture. And it's still in some ways, I can think of it as in many ways what I like best of anything I've done, but it's completely absent from it is the thing that would have been its whole point. The basic intention of the picture was to make this golden world and then show what it turns into.
You know, the last portion of the film, I don't know how many minutes it is, was the reshot stuff that's awful. It's terrible, and they cut a great deal from Wells's original.
Context is everything here, in that Eugene's dialogue in the original ending that Welles proposed is not that different from what he says in the release version. And oftentimes the studio, certainly Robert Wise and everyone else, had commented that we tried to remain as true as possible to, the way Welles wanted to end the movie. But the difference here is that I think Welles already, with the Tarkington's novel, George does indeed still get in a car accident. He's in the hospital, and Eugene is very stubborn about not going to see him. And he ends up going to New York, where he sees a psychic, and he believes that Isabel is speaking to him, as you say. I'm not sure whether Tarkington means for that to be kind of legitimate, or if we're supposed to realize that Eugene's a little flaky in wanting to follow that. But I think it's pretty obvious that Welles did not like that ending, and he changed it for the radio show. And the radio show ending was pretty much how he was going to. That's in the shooting script for the film of Ambersons. But at some point after filming began, or shortly after filming began, he came up with a new idea. And I think what his motivation is he wanted to remain true to the character of Eugene as far as what he believed. But he wanted to show that, let's put this in the real world. How would someone respond to somebody speaking like this? And so what he ended up doing is he has Eugene visit the boarding house that George and Fanny have been staying at.
Well, that was when Joe Cotton goes to see her after all these years, and there's nothing left between them. That's what it's all about, and it's a story of the deterioration of personality and the awful cliche now, the lack of communication, the end of communication between people, and the end of, and not only of an era, but of the way people diminish with age. It was terribly, terribly sad and awful, no doubt about it. But it was much the best scene in the whole movie, without question. It towered over everything else.
What was it? Was it two black
totally
crows
invented
as counterpoint?
Yes, that's part of it. It was just this. It's hard to explain how it worked, because there are these awful old people sitting playing bridge in the background, and some others listening. All these old people in this sort of half old people's home, half boarding house, which she is, with an elevated running by.
I've seen some stills from it that are.
I wish the film existed.
And Eugene goes to visit Fanny because he wants to tell her, it's important to him, that George has forgiven him, and that he feels that the two of them have been reconciled, and the reason they've been reconciled is because he's been guided by the spirit of his dear departed Isabel. The difference now between the hospital corridor scene and the reshot ending that now exists and the original version that Welles intended is Fanny has absolutely no interest in hearing this BS at all. And it's clear from the frame enlargements that still exist from the scene, and as well as from just a couple of seconds that exist in the trailer that you can see moments from the scene, that she's rocking furiously back and forth in a rocking chair and just avoiding his eye contact. He doesn't get it. He kind of keeps going on, saying, but everything is fantastic now, basically. I felt the presence of my true love in the room, and he keeps going, and he doesn't realize that he's going nowhere, that this is not resolving the way that Eugene Morgan wants it to resolve. And basically, he just finally stops talking, and he says, okay, good night, Fanny. And she murmurs good night to him, and he leaves the boarding house. And the final shot, and I think this is so important to balance the film out, and you don't get it in the release version, is Cotton leaves the boarding house, and he gets into the car. He's being driven. He has a chauffeur now. And they drive off the street, and you see that the boarding house is in a very bad part of town, and there's factories surrounding it. There's smoke everywhere. There's an elevated train that's rumbling past, and the streets are just kind of choked with automobiles. That's the reality that Welles wanted to present. he still was true to Eugene and Eugene's, kind of overly romantic nature, but he shows it in the context of what the city has become, and especially how Fanny now has lost, she's beyond caring for Eugene. She doesn't even want to be reminded of the past.
That was the best scene in the picture. That was what the picture was about. There's no scene in a hospital, nothing like that ever happened in the story.
I think he deeply regretted it his whole life, because it was actually, I think, overall a greater film than Citizen Kane. Certainly as good. I saw the cutting continuity, which basically was the entire film before it was hacked apart. And I read the cutting continuity carefully, and the scenes that were cut were essential to the whole piece. The third act was completely mutilated, so to speak, and much of the second act was harmed as well.
The whole actual plot was changed. In other words, it's about the time Major Amberson dies, the picture starts to go to become another picture, becomes their picture.
It's, I think, the greatest artistic tragedy in the movies that particular film was so mutilated, because you barely get a sense of what it was.
I never recovered from that attack.
Do you ever get over something like that?
Not really. You don't. They destroyed Ambersons, and the picture itself destroyed B.
Joseph McBride.
And I think Welles was traumatized, seriously. I mean, I don't know how I would have recovered from Ambersons if I had been him, or you, or, any of us would have gotten over that. You make what might have been the greatest film ever made in America, and they rip it up to shreds. And he was seriously tempted to quit the film business after that. And he was thinking of going into politics or teaching. And maybe he should have, but he kept on because he said film was his mistress and most expensive mistress a man could possibly have, and he fell in love with her and he couldn't stay away.
It is not what his directorial vision would have made it, In other words, he had a definite vision of this film and how it should end. I mean, he wanted to show the complete destruction of the Ambersons family, the magnificent Ambersons, they fall on hard times. And the film was supposed to end in a very tragic way, as I'm sure you know. And that was his directorial vision, which wasn't carried out. So in that sense, yes, the film is flawed, because it's become something else that it wasn't intended to be, from the director's point of view. But, I mean, we can still look at it and say, wow, okay, maybe it's not what Orson Welles would have done, but it's still remarkable. I mean, many people say to me, after Citizen Kane, this was their favorite film.
Peter Bogdanovich.
I remember sitting in a hotel room with Welles one time in the mid-'70s when Ambersons was on television, and he accidentally flipped to it and then was forced by everybody in the room to reluctantly watch for a while. Though he tried to hide his emotion, tears came to his eyes. Later, when I asked him about the incident, he said that seeing what had been done to the movie only infuriated him, but what had moved him was that it's the past, it's over. Ironically, this is the feeling he elicits from us repeatedly as we watch his eloquent, no matter how damaged, chronicle of a lost time.
I heard that story from Oya Kodar, who was his companion for the last 20 years of his life, and I don't know if Peter Bogdanovich was there or not, but I know that certainly Oya saw that he was, I believe, as she told me the story, he was watching the movie by himself, and then she just came in the door and she saw that he was crying because he was so upset at what had been done to his movie.
William Friedkin.
My involvement came about because when I was making some films at Paramount, someone had gone into the vaults at Paramount and they found a bunch of cans, film cans, labeled Welles film. That's all it said was Welles film. And they were brought up to a guy who was head of post-production at Paramount then. He was a brilliant guy and a really fine man. His name was Paul Hager. Paul looked at this stuff, and this was the raw footage from the film Welles made in Brazil called It's All True. And through Hager's efforts and that of a number of film scholars, Paramount put together a version of It's All True, which they released about 15 years ago in theaters. They could never find the soundtrack, so they had narration and music, but they had all the film that Welles had supervised and shot in Rio and in Mexico. They put that film out in theaters, and it's out on video, home video, called It's All True. And so a guy from Vanity Fair, I forget his name, was it Brian Burrow or something? He got in touch with me because he knew about the discovery by Paul Hager of It's All True, which was in mislabeled cans in the vaults at Paramount. And he asked me if I'd help him try, and the reason that was at Paramount was because Paramount bought the old RKO studios where Welles had made Ambersons and Kane, and that became Desilu. RKO Studios, which is the far western part of Paramount, was originally RKO and then Desilu. It was in the old RKO vaults, just unopened. So I went to Paul Hager, and he and I did a search, looking under stairwells and all of the mysterious dark places in the vaults where this footage might have been, but we couldn't find anything, labeled or mislabeled. There are all sorts of rumors that some of the footage may be in Brazil, but none of it's turned up to my knowledge. So I just don't know. But that is really the holy grail of American film. If somebody can find the missing footage of Ambersons and put it back the way it belongs, that would be like the missing link.
Joseph McBride.
One of my dreams, and I really want to try to do this, it may seem ridiculous, but I want to go to Brazil and see if I could find Ambersons, the uncut Ambersons. There's a rumor that Welles did have a print down there in Brazil of the 131-minute version. One reason that I think it may have survived is that if he may... I asked Peter Bogdanovich, where did you get those frame enlargements? He said Orson had them made. And if Orson had them made, he either had to have made them in Brazil or he had to have taken the print back to Hollywood and had them made there, And why did he do that? He must have known that these scenes were being cut. There's a document that says RKO burned the scenes that were cut. But my friend Bill Crone, who worked on the It's All True documentary down in Brazil, thinks that Welles may have held on to that print. But it seems to have never shown up again after he was in Brazil. And Bill has a theory that Welles maybe gave it to a collector in Brazil. But, we don't know where it would be. Somebody even wrote a novel, a bad novel called The Cutting Edge, based on the theory that Welles left the print in a taxi cab and he misplaced the print. But it's possible that the print may still exist in some archive done in Brazil. A lot of film archives have stuff that they don't even realize. Like in New Zealand, a couple of years ago, a lot of American films turned up, as you probably heard, including a John Ford film called Upstream and other films, which they had down there, and they didn't even know what they had because they hadn't looked in the cans. So archives are strangely ignorant sometimes of what they have. So I want to go down there and prowl around in various places and see if I can find it. It's possible it might show up. Stranger things have happened, It's like the holy grail for me. On the other hand, if we open the cans, maybe they're all dust, too. That's another problem that could happen. But it would be an adventure, I'd be kind of like Indiana Jones going down there and looking for the film.
That belongs in a museum.
Jonathan Rosenbaum.
I'm sorry to say that I think the odds of that happening with any more of Ambersons are just about nil. And believe me, I get letters or emails almost every week of asking, do you still think that there's a print in, Brazil somewhere and so on? But the point is they have records of when the prints were burned and things like that. So, it's miracles do happen, but I think in this case, if there was still a print of that in existence, I think it would have been found by now. But of course, sometimes that's famous last words, but in this case, there's been an awful lot of research done on that. And sad to say, it doesn't look like it's going to turn up.
I've just got here to Paris from the sunny southern shore. I to Monte Carlo went just to raise me winter's rent. Dame Fortune smiled upon me as she never smiled before, and I've now got lots of money, I'm a gent. Yes, I've now got lots of rhino, I'm a gent. As I walk along the Bois de Boulogne with an independent air, could hear the girls declare he must be a millionaire. Could hear them sigh and wish that I would see them wink the other eye at the man who broke the bank at Monte Carlo.
Christopher Wells.
First of all, I just want to mention that the name of my book is In My Father's Shadow. A Daughter Remembers Orson Welles. And, of course, the book is really about how I came out of my father's shadow, you know, the journey that I took to not be overwhelmed by having such a famous parent and to make a life for myself and a name for myself in my own right. I mean, that's basically the story of the book. When I was a teenager, I just had this tremendous crush on my dad. I mean, first of all, he was, you know, it's not like I grew up with him. I only got to see him on school vacations and things like that. And he was, at that point, he was a very glamorous figure, and I just saw him through these romantic glasses, you know. So I think people were picking up on the fact that in that sense, you know, it wasn't an everyday father-daughter relationship because I wasn't living with him. He wasn't doing things like helping me with my homework, taking me to the dentist, you know, that sort of thing. He was just a very glamorous figure who dropped in and out of my life during my adolescence, and that's what people were picking up on.
One thing that that I find really interesting about the internal commentary in the book is how you're always wishing and hoping, like you're hanging on your dad's every word, like that he'll ask you, or maybe you'll work up enough courage, to say, hey, can I come live with you? So do you think subconsciously that maybe you were afraid to ask because you didn't want your feelings hurt because he would have said no?
Yes, you're right, Justin. I mean, of course that's what I wanted to ask, but I at the same time, I was realistic enough to know, even at that young age, that it wasn't possible for him. He was always traveling, I mean, how could I live with him when he was living in hotels and when he was living from hand to mouth, because he was, at that point, he was in Europe and he was spending all his time trying to raise money to make his movies. And he really it would have been impossible for him to support me at that time, or to support anybody.
I can't imagine what that life would have been like. Wouldn't you think you'd want to have a homestead, just drifting in and out of hotels? It's fascinating.
Well, of course, his whole life was making movies. That was his passion. That's what he lived for. And I think he liked living in hotels. He liked not having any attachments, either to places or to people, but being a free spirit, as many creative people are. They don't think about things like that. They're just so focused on their art.
One of the utterly most moving moments in the book for me, it's a chapter that just tore me apart emotionally, is the chapter where, you reconnecting with your dad in Hong Kong. Reading that, I was just asking myself, why is he acting this way? Why do you think there was that distance between the two of you outside of the, you yourself worrying about that phone call you had made years prior?
Yes, I thought, I think, Justin, that he had already become, even in private, he'd become Orson Welles, It's like there was no dividing line anymore between the public person and the private person. I think that's one thing that fame does to you when you become internationally famous. It's hard to be internationally famous and to still remain an ordinary person, So I think even when I saw him one-to-one and with nobody else around, he was talking to me as though he were on television, and I was a journalist interviewing him. I mean, that was the feeling. It wasn't a really personal, close feeling, because I think that was difficult for him at that time in his life to maintain close relationships.
I can't imagine how just brutal that was for you. You think back about it now, is Does it still hurt?
No, it doesn't hurt me anymore because I've moved on and I've made my own life and I've made my peace with it. But certainly it was very difficult for me at the time. But now it just seems like it's long ago and far away, so it doesn't really bother me anymore.
Was the writing of the book, did that help with the healing, like where you could kind of come to grips with everything?
Oh, it did. I mean, I think just writing the book helped me make my peace. It helped me tie all the ends together, and it was a very healing thing for me to write that book, because I also hoped, I wanted to share in the book my memories of Orson Welles as I knew him in person, but I also wanted to share my story and how, because I thought that could be inspiring for other people who've had a difficult early life, to read about someone who had those difficulties but who survived it.
Were you ever tempted to kind of rewrite history as you were going through there? Because there are times where it's just so painful to read some of the stuff that you're going through. Did you ever want to put yourself in a better light or make things different? I
felt if I was going to write this book, I wanted it to be an honest book, because there are so many memoirs out there that aren't honest, which have been whitewashed and so on. And my feeling was, if I'm going to do it, then I want to be really straight about it and tell it the way it was, even if it makes for painful reading here and there. I hope there's also enough humor in the book and enough lightheartedness that it's not just... I hope it wasn't too painful for you to read the book.
No, it wasn't too painful. It just... you were so brave to do that, and it just must have been so difficult to put yourself under the microscope, and I can see where it'd be very therapeutic to look back and admit, I was so shy I couldn't even say what I needed to say to my dad. That was the part where it was like, oh, I just felt so bad for you.
Well, thank you.
The way your mother is with you at times, like, it's sort of evident, and you do explain it in the book as to why you think she was the way she was with you. But do you think, like, with like the many generations of parents and then their children, like, there's a cycle that's broken there, don't you think? And then also, do you think that you inherited any of your mother or your father's traits? And if so, what are those?
I really think I model myself on my father much more, in the sense that I've been told that I share some of his personality traits. He was always a very upbeat person, and so am I. He was optimistic right up until the end. He never let his run of bad luck get him down, and I always thought that was admirable. And also, I've chosen to be a writer and to lead a creative life, rather than to become something else. And I just think, he was my model and my inspiration much more than my mother.
If your parents were alive today, how do you think they would have responded to the book?
I don't think that either one of them would have been pleased, because, first of all, I was honest about my mother. She wasn't really very kind to me, and I think she would be offended that I had been so honest. And my father, he loved to reinvent himself, and so he also, I think, would have acted a little bit like, the wizard in The Wizard of Oz, when Dorothy pulls back the curtain and reveals who he really is. Well, I think he would have been disconcerted that I had shown him the way he really was, when he liked to present himself as his own invention.
You're always told, like, look, you just have to accept your dad for who he is, and that's all there is to it. Like, did you ever take a step back? It's like, well, no, I don't have to accept him like that way. He's my dad, and he should be there for me.
Well, of course I felt that way. Well, that's what made it so hard. Everybody was saying to me, oh, he's a genius, and you can't expect him to behave like an ordinary person. But a child doesn't want a genius. A child wants a father, and there's no way to stifle that need. We all want a father or a mother. We want parents when we're children. We don't want geniuses. So yes, it was very hard for me to accept that. Now I understand it better because now I'm an adult. But as a child, it was very hard.
In the book, you mentioned that you discovered aspects of your father through his work that you might not have known. So what did you discover through the work that maybe helps you get closure? What was the real standout for you in terms of the work and how you related to it so much?
I think when I realized, when I began to discover my father's films, and I realized the artistry of these films and how unique they were, that just helps me make my peace with the fact that he couldn't be the father that I wanted him to be, but he was an incredible movie director. And there was something very consoling about that, if that makes any sense to you. I mean, it just made me, I felt like, he left this great treasure for the world and this wonderful legacy, and I could be very proud to be his daughter.
On a more lighthearted note, I was curious to see if you could recall what type of brand of cigar your dad liked to smoke.
Well, he liked Havana cigars, the Cuban cigars, but I honestly can't remember what brand they were. I just know that they were big, fat Cuban cigars.
I like cigars. I always, every time I do an interview with someone that smokes cigars, I ask them, what kind of cigar do you smoke?
Well, that's a great trivia question. I'm just sorry I can't give you the brand. They were probably smuggled in from Cuba or something.
Well, if it was the whole European thing, they were probably easily available in Europe, I'm sure. So, and with your book, and then there's also, there's dozens of other books about Orson Welles, and, what do you think that says about, how significant, your dad's influence and, personality and work was? That there's countless books, maybe more books written about any filmmaker than any other filmmaker.
And the amazing thing, Justin, is that there are more books coming out every year. I think in some ways his legacy, he's become even greater in his death than he was when he was alive. And I think people are recognizing more and more. His work is being studied in every film studies class across the country. And I think people are beginning to appreciate. He was so far ahead of himself that many of the movies that he made when he was alive were not really understood or appreciated, but I think now they are.
This book, it got me hooked. So I'm desperate. I'm actually really desperate to read your other book, The Movie Director, so I wanted to know if you had any copies still available for sale.
Well, I'm very flattered. The Movie Director was a book that I published myself at my husband's urging because we couldn't find a publisher for it. And so it was privately printed, and I don't have any copies left. I only printed a very limited edition to give to friends. But it would be wonderful if a publisher wanted to pick it up and bring it out again. That would be great.
It'll be that'll be like my holy grail, my Orson Welles book collection now. Because I just ordered some more, but I think I now have 17 books about Orson Welles.
Oh wow! You must have all of them. But actually, if you want to read The Movie Director, I gave a copy to the Special Collections Library at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, so they have a copy.
Yeah, we're going there next week. There's the aspect to your dad that you touch on in the book. You mentioned that he often sort of reinvented himself in the sense that he was always telling these sort of tall
tales,
right, about his childhood. And then, but you said there was always these stories had nuggets of truth in them. So I was curious to see why you thought that he did that. Was it because he just loved telling stories, or do you think there was a much deeper and more profound reasoning behind it?
Well, I think, first of all, he was an entertainer. He loved to tell stories, and I do think he thought that the truth, the unvarnished truth, was not interesting enough, so he would embroider on it to make it a better story. And that was the entertainer in him, But I also think he was very mischievous in that he didn't really want people to know a lot of things about his background, so he made up all these tall tales about these relatives, which they'd all conveniently died, so there was no way to check the truth of these stories. But, he made up incredible stories about his parents and his aunts, and I think basically it was to just make the truth more exciting than reality.
Do you think there was a rough childhood there?
He had a terrible childhood, and I think that was definitely a factor. To reinvent your childhood and to make it glamorous and exciting, and interesting and novel instead of the horrible childhood that he actually had. Definitely that was a factor.
Yeah, and that sort of like leads into my first question for you about Ambersons. Like, you know, like with everything that's been said about the Magnificent Ambersons, you know, it's these well-documented problems, and there's been these theories that have floated around in like texts, and I'm sure you've read them and familiar with them. But, you know, I'm referring to like the theories that in reality, there actually were quite a bit of trace autobiographical elements in Citizen Kane, but also in Ambersons. Like, do you think that like maybe your father's interest in Ambersons was some sort of like subconscious need to revisit his own past?
Well, I don't even know if it was subconscious.
You know, there's a theory going around, and I was going to ask you about like, what do you think of these theories? Like Robert Carringer says, like, you know, he wanted this cut because he had second thoughts because, you know, it was some kind of Oedipus complex, and, you know, he was having second thoughts about displaying that and having, you know, some autobiographical element in terms of his own mother, you know, and George Miller for finding his mother dead and all that. I mean, what are your thoughts on these theories that surround this movie?
I must confess, I'm not terribly interested in all these theories. What interests me is the personal story of my father, who we forget how young he was. You know, he was, 23, 24 when he made this film? He was very young, and he was at the top of his game, and he simply wasn't expecting what happened, which was a terrible shock to him when they literally took the movie away from him and recut it and reshot the ending. I think Joseph Cotton directed the new ending for the film, and this was so horrifying to him. He never imagined that this would happen to him. And in fact, I don't know if you know, but he disowned the film, basically. He just dismissed it and didn't even count it as one of his films. He was so distressed by what the studio had done to it. I don't know if you know that.
You know, over the years, with things that have been documented and things that haven't been documented, like, you know, in your relationship with him, did he ever express, you know, any kind of one-on-one commentary in depth about how he felt about the film outside of what you're telling me already?
He didn't really discuss his work with me. I discovered it on my own or by talking to people who knew him, like Oya and other people who worked with him. He himself was very reluctant to talk about his work unless he was being interviewed by someone, you know. It was almost like a private thing that he didn't terribly want to discuss, certainly not with his daughter.
Do you have a favorite scene in the movie?
I think my favorite part of the movie is the opening, you know, the presentation of the Andersons and the town and the sleigh ride and the ball, and, you know, that the whole opening to me is so enchanting, and it really leads you into the story and sets the whole thing up so beautifully. And I would love to know how the film would have been if my father had been able to finish it I would love to see the film as it originally was instead of this truncated, re-edited, and chopped up version of Anderson's that we have. But I still think it's a great film. In spite of all the damage that the studio did, they couldn't completely ruin it, not in my opinion. I think it still has absolutely great sequences.
How do you think it holds up? For you personally, how does it hold up in terms of the other things he did in his career? Like, we all know that Chimes of Midnight was his favorite movie that he did. But for you, how does it hold up in terms of his other work?
Well, as I said, I think the first, I don't know how many reels, which are his work, they hold up beautifully. And I think they are unique among his films, as I said earlier, because the theme is unique. The fact that he's not an actor in the film is unique, you know, that he's just a narrator. I think it's a remarkable film. I think the ending is appalling, but if the ending that was tacked on is awful.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
But if we know it was not his ending. We know it was the studio who was pandering to the taste of the day, because we have to remember what movies were like at that time when this film was made. I mean, movies were meant to be entertaining. They were meant to have a happy ending, and you went out of the theater feeling good. I mean, you weren't supposed to really see something that was tragic or that ended badly. That didn't go down with the audiences of the day.
Do you think that the mystique around the movie, like, does it enhance its legacy? I mean, do you think that is appealing to some people more so than the movie has been over the years?
I don't know how to answer that, really, because I feel that it's the movie speaks for itself. And it is true, you're right, there's a tremendous amount of speculation about my father and endless arguments about every one of his films, But to me, that's just a sign of the fact that he was an unusual director. Otherwise, why would we all be talking about it, endlessly, and nobody really agreeing with anybody else, and everybody having their own theory? It's like any great work of art can be interpreted any number of ways, and each person arrives at his own interpretation, and I think that's the mark of a great work of art, when nobody can agree about it.
The interpretation is what makes it timeless.
Exactly, I think so. So, I think a lot of his films will be timeless, and I wish that some of the films that he made in Europe were better known in his own country.
It's so interesting. Is there's so much interest, but like Chimes of Midnight isn't available officially, and Immortal Story is not available officially.
It's so frustrating, isn't it? Well, the things that are available, though, are F for Fate, which is, I think that's now out on DVD.
Yes.
And I think The Trial is available.
Yes.
Garden is available. So, those are at least 3 of his European films, which can be seen now.
Joseph McBride, author of Whatever Happened to Orson Welles?
Welles' career, there's a motif of incompletion from the beginning. Citizen Kane, after all, it starts out with a quote from the most famous unfinished work of literature, Kubla Khan, by Coleridge, in Xanadu, did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, and it's about a guy who had a house that was unfinished. The castle that he built was never finished. So there's a kind of ironic motif like that from the very beginning. And even before that, he did a couple days shooting on Heart of Darkness, and the studio wouldn't let him continue. But then Ambersons was taken away from him. That was not his wish. He had to go to South America to make It's All True, and some people criticize him for running out on Ambersons. But in fact, the war was on, and it was put to him by Roosevelt and Rockefeller and Jock Whitney that he had to go as his patriotic duty and shoot this documentary, and he had arranged to have Ambersons brought down there with Robert Wise, the editor, so they could finish it, and he had a rough cut, more than a rough cut, it was almost releasable cut of 131 minutes that they had completed before he left, and they were going to fine-tune it down there, and then the studio didn't send Robert Wise. They claimed they couldn't get a flight for him, although I think they were just making an excuse. But, all kinds of things happened. This really was not Welles's fault. And Macbeth, he's accused of running out on the post-production of Macbeth. But one thing I discovered in my research was all the books before me said he left Hollywood in 1948, which is when Macbeth and Lady from Shanghai came out. And both of those were bombs. There's no doubt that the failure of his recent directorial efforts had made him almost unemployable as a director, so that was one reason he went to Europe. But what I found out from his FBI file was that he left America in the third week of November 1947, actually, and that was right after the House Committee on Un-American Activities started their big hearings looking into so-called subversion in Hollywood, and Welles was under scrutiny by the FBI from 1941 to 56, and Hearst kind of started that because he was a friend of Hoover, and he instigated Hoover, following Welles around. And Welles was a lefty and a progressive, supported a lot of causes that were considered suspect by the FBI, especially after the war, and by HUAC, and so Welles would have been a prime target for blacklisting, and I believe he was blacklisted, and there's a lot of evidence of that. I mean, one of the the conclusive piece of evidence is he was in Red Channels, which is an infamous publication that came out in 1950, which listed 151 people in radio and television and films who were considered communists or communist sympathizers, and they had little dossiers on each one, a couple pages on each one, listing their organizational affiliations and activities, and Welles was in that book. And if you were in that book, you were blacklisted until you got off the blacklist in some way or another, either by going and informing before HUAC or making some private deal, or what a number of people did, including Rita Hayworth and John Houseman, was to write letters to studios saying, I'm sorry for my affiliations with these groups, and listing the groups and saying that, I'm not a communist, and I disavow my allegiances with these groups, which was humiliating, but it wasn't informing, that was a different matter. And Welles didn't come back to America until 1953. What's interesting there was he only worked for CBS from 53 to 56 in all his sporadic activities in America. It suggests to me that he was cleared by CBS, because you could get cleared by one company who would approve you as long as you wrote a letter like that. So I suspect he wrote a letter of that sort. William Paley, who was in U.S. intelligence during the war, was the head of CBS. Lucille Ball, who was one of the people called before HUAC because she had actually been a communist in her youth. She's the only person I know of who got off by just sort of making a big joke about it. She sort of played the Lucy character in front of HUAC that, I didn't know what I was doing. It was one of my relatives got me into it, and they all thought she was very funny, but also she was the number one moneymaker for CBS. But she supported Welles. She and her husband, Desi Arnaz, helped Welles get some work. And then the blacklist started fading around 57, 58, and that's not coincidentally when Welles was able to make a brief comeback in Hollywood. So Welles didn't run out of Macbeth because he wanted to. I think he ran out because he would have been targeted by HUAC and wanted to get out of the country and was probably disgusted by what was going on.
So what about the charge of the fear completion?
Right. Well, so here I've mentioned a couple of things which I think are unfairly held against him, that these are terrible circumstances that he got involved in. Later in his career, it happened more and more and more, and, John Huston said, well, there must have been something to it because, this kept happening to Orson. Charles Hyam, who wrote a couple of scurrilous books on Welles, was the guy who really pushed this fear of completion theory, which I think is simplistic. I think there's something going on there that Welles was phobic about what would happen to his films once he finished shooting them, because he loved the editing process, but quite often that's when the films were taken away from him. And so he very jealously tried to guard that process. But he would tend to edit for a long time, and sometimes producers would take films away from him because, they had the need to get the film out and get their money back. So that happened with Mr. Arcadin. They took that away from him, and Touch of Evil was taken away from him. And even Chimes of Midnight, there was a bit of that, although he got his way with the editing. But part of it was Welles was an artist working in a commercial medium, and there were some real conflicts there that you can't just keep, shooting for years or editing for a year, usually, unless you're very powerful filmmaker like a Steven Spielberg. Even he has to follow certain, rules and schedules. Otherwise, he would start having some problems himself, even though, he has a lot of money. But, you have to play the game if you're going to be in the commercial film world. You're not like a painter who can work for months on a painting, or a novelist who could work for 20 years on a book. That's part of the problem. And I think Welles was traumatized, seriously. I don't know how I would have recovered from Ambersons if I had been him, or you, or, any of us would have gotten over that. You make what might have been the greatest film ever made in America, and they rip it up to shreds. And he was seriously tempted to quit the film business after that. He was thinking of going into politics or teaching. Maybe he should have, but he kept on because he said film was his mistress and most expensive mistress a man could possibly have, and he fell in love with her and he couldn't stay away.
Do you teach Ambersons when you do your Welles class?
Yeah, I do teach Ambersons because it's my favorite film of all time. I love this film. Somebody said to me, I was on an Irish radio show recently, and I said, and the guy said, well, how could you say that? The film was cut by 50 minutes and a new ending was put on it. And I said, well, part of it is I love films maudits, the French word meaning damned films, which is a film that has some major problem. And I have a certain protective love of films that have been trampled upon and trashed. Certain films that everybody hates, I love, I think the first 30 minutes of it, which is pretty much the way Wells shot it, is as good a piece of filmmaking as I've ever seen. And the first time I saw that film, I started getting excited by Wells with Kane when I was 19. It changed my life. I was going to be a novelist, and suddenly I thought I'll be a filmmaker and I'll write about films. And I started writing a book about Kane. And then I started seeing his other films, and I realized his career was much more than just Citizen Kane. And I saw Ambersons, and I'll never forget the first viewing. I'd never seen a film that looked like that. I thought it was amazingly original and fresh. And I remember thinking after 30 minutes, this is the best 30 minutes of filmmaking I've ever seen. And I still think that. I think it's just extraordinary. And then the problems start. The RKO cut big chunks out of it, from that point on, and rearranged scenes and had scenes reshot by Robert Wise and other people and put this ridiculous ending on it. So Bogdanovich said it's the greatest artistic tragedy in movies, and I feel very sad over that, but I think of Wordsworth's lines, grieve not, rather find strength in what remains behind. But what I do in class is I show the film, and then I talk about these problems, and then I show a reconstruction that Roger Ryan did, who's a film buff in Michigan, and his version is, I think, 111 minutes, so it's still 20 minutes short of what Wells's version would have been. But you get much more of a sense of just how dark the film was and how much it was about pollution and the ruination of the landscape in America and the transformation of the old-fashioned, quaint, small-townish America into this very impersonal, mechanized big city during the Industrial Revolution, and the degeneration of all the characters and the loss of family values and all these things that Wells was mourning come across rather well in Roger's version. And since this was, this is unauthorized, he just did it. When Warner Brothers put out the DVD belatedly not too long ago, they were thinking of getting Roger to do his version and sort of do a little more professional version of it, and more stills have come out and all that. And they were going to do it as an extra on the DVD, which would have been great, but then they were too cheap to do that because the DVD market has sort of collapsed, and so they aren't putting extras on DVDs anymore. So unfortunately, the public really hasn't seen that. But I show it to my class, and they always have a tremendous reaction to it. They like it much more. One person said, well, I thought the original version was too melodramatic and the acting was over the top. And I mean, those kind of things don't bother me, but that's the way audiences react sometimes to older films, that, Agnes Moorehead's character is hysterical a lot, but for good reason. But this student said in the longer version, you could see the development of her character more, and there are quieter scenes intermingled with more big emotional scenes and stuff like that, which is a good observation. And so it works much better in the longer version. I wish everybody could see it.
You talked about seeing some of those frame enlargements. Where did those come from, do you know, and what were they like?
That's a great question. This is very sad, too. I mean, the fact that the footage was apparently lost or destroyed is sad, but I'll tell you something about that in a minute. But when I met Peter Bogdanovich in 1970, he had a file cabinet, he pulled out a file folder, and he had a lot of 4x5 frame enlargements. And I remember maybe 60 to 100 is what I remember anyway. And he showed me this whole, pile of stills from the missing scenes. And they were beautiful frame enlargements, and it was a revelation to see all these scenes. And I even saw the ending shot, which I don't think anybody who was around has seen that except Peter and me and maybe a few other people. But it has this great ending shot of a long shot of the city, a very polluted city with a lot of smoke and big buildings, and you see an elevated train in the distance. It's a very elaborate shot with a lot of miniatures and things. And the little tiny car driven by Joseph Cotton's character is driving away down the street, and he turns the corner, and the film ends, and Wells's voice was supposed to say, "That's the end of the story, ladies and gentlemen." Then he was going to go into the end credits, and it's a remarkable shot. And anyway, so I asked Peter, "Where did you get these things?" And he just wiggled his eyebrows. And then years later, when I did my updated version of my Orson Welles critical study in 1996, I wanted to use some of these stills. I went to the Welles collection at the Indiana University in Bloomington. They only had 6 of these frame enlargements because Peter had sold his papers to them. And so I called him and I said, where are the other frame enlargements you showed me? And he said he gave them all to Oya Kodar. This was after he and Welles had a falling out, and he gave Welles all the materials for his interview book, including the stills that he had saved, and Oya got all this stuff. And apparently she lost these stills. And I've been trying to track them down, but they don't seem to exist. I was able to trace them, as far as I could tell, to a storage locker in L.A. under a freeway where Oya had stored some stuff, and her nephew had stored his surfboards in there and left the door open, or the door unlocked, and some people went in there and stole some of the boxes. So this stuff has apparently vanished. So I drew from memory, the final shot, just for the record.
Personally, I have a few problems with the film, just as far as Georgie is such an unlikable character.
Well, I have some thoughts about that. When I first started seeing the film with audiences in the 60s, they really didn't like him, and I think that was one of the problems the film had in 1942 when it had a bad preview. People didn't like that character, and I mistakenly thought at the time that maybe Tim Holt wasn't as good an actor as he should have been. But I've come to realize he gives a wonderful performance. He's really terrific in the film. He's so subtle, and he makes you sort of like him despite all his despicable qualities. And one reason I realized this was I saw the remake that was done for British television with Jonathan Rhys-Davies playing George, and he's so vile and loathsome that you wouldn't want to be in the same room with him. Whereas in Wells's film, you can understand why Anne Baxter is interested in this guy and fascinated by him, even though he's an ass and he's rude and all these things. I mean, there's a certain kind of vulnerability and boyish innocence to the character that Tim Holt brings to it. But what I think the key to this is Michael Anderegg did a very good book called Orson Welles, Shakespeare and Popular Culture. And he talks about Wells's influence by Brecht and how Wells's characters are often portrayed in a Brechtian manner. And what Brecht did was to have a distancing effect, alienation effect from his characters, so that the audience would not be encouraged to identify with them like in a typical Hollywood film where there's this pernicious tendency we have to like characters, and it's worse and worse all the time that studios take out every rough edge from characters until they're really bland because they're worried that some segment of the audience won't like this guy. But Welles would take a character who was very unlikable, and when you think of some of his other characters like Macbeth, Shakespeare did this. Macbeth is a terrible person, but you still have a tragic pity for him, which is what Aristotle says you have for a tragic character. And Othello does terrible things, and Kane is not the world's most likable person, although he has a lot of charm. But Welles often had characters who were alienating to the audience, and that's not something that the American audience can really grasp very clearly. And, they reacted negatively against that. But the reason Brecht did that was to make you think rather than have some sort of emotional reaction to a character. He wanted you to have a distance from them so you could think about them and have an intellectual response. And that's one of the reasons Welles is a more European artist and a difficult artist for American audiences. So I think that's actually one of the strengths of Ambersons is that he's willing to make George a fairly unlikable character and yet still make him credible that these people could sort of care about him, and that he does have a change of heart and he repents for what he did to his mother. I mean, basically killed his mother. Wells said there are a lot of dark things happening in Wells. Wells said that he felt he had killed his father, that his father died officially of kidney disease and heart failure in a hotel room in Chicago. But Wells, he was an alcoholic, and Wells had abandoned his father. He said partly at the advice of his guardian, or not his guardian, but his mentor, Roger Hill, and his wife. But he blamed himself for practicing what we now call tough love, abandoning his father because he wouldn't stop drinking. And then he drank himself to death. And so Wells felt that he had killed his father. And he said, I think we should live with our guilt and not try to use psychiatry and things like that to get over it. He said, I don't think you can get over things like that. So when you have that feeling that you killed your father, and also his mother died at an early age, I think the story of a young man who kills his mother basically resonated with Wells as a somewhat displaced version of his own guilt,
Has there ever been a definitive answer as far as did Booth Tarkington know Wells's father or not?
Well, I've been talking to Pat McGilligan, who's doing a book called Young Orson, which is going to be a terrific book because there's so much not known about Wells's extraordinary childhood, which is, very mythical. There's a lot of mythical accounts of his childhood, and Pat is busy separating myth from fiction, myth from reality, and doing a lot of original research, and he tells me that there are going to be a lot of surprises in the book, and apparently there is no actual proof that Wells's father knew Tarkington, but it is possible, that they may have known each other. And so Wells claimed that the Eugene Morgan character in Ambersons is based on his father. His father, as he once said, tried very hard to invent the automobile, which I thought was a nice phrase. He actually had a headlight company where he was making headlights for bicycles, and then he made a lot of money when cars came in. And in the Ambersons, they lose their last money on a headlight company, ironically enough. But Wells's father didn't invent the automobile, but he tried, and he was kind of a small-time inventor, charming fellow, apparently. And so there is some similarity. At least what's important, I think, is that it's in Wells's mind that he saw Eugene Morgan as being a lot like his father, and that makes the personal connections much more resonant. And I think that the portrait of George is very similar to Wells's youthful self, being sort of very arrogant and charming at the same time. Wells wrote a strange play called Bright Lucifer in 1933, which I read, and I couldn't really understand it when I first read it, but it's about a young man who's kind of like a devilish character who's very charismatic, but he's a kind of a creepy, strange guy. And it's sort of obviously Wells's youthful self-portrait, or maybe portrait of things he didn't like about himself. But it's very similar in some ways to George Amberson Minifer.
I've seen pictures of Dolores Costello next to Wells's mother, and I have to say the resemblance is rather striking.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, and the death scene of Isabel is hauntingly similar to what Wells describes as the final visit he had with his mother. Wells never wrote his autobiography, but he had a contract to do it, and in the Paris Vogue in 1981, he published short excerpts, one on his mother and one on his father, and he tells a story about his mother dying. He was 9 years old, and she brought him into this dark room. He was summoned in, and she had a birthday cake for him, and she told him to make a wish and blow out the candles, and he blew out the candles, and his mother disappeared, is the way he put it. It's very Wellesian, mise en scène. And he said his greatest regret in life was that he forgot to make a wish. And that scene is very similar when George goes to see his mother. It's in semi-darkness, and there's this beautiful pattern of light on her face. And she's left in almost darkness when he leaves, and it's, it's terribly sad. And in the movie RKO 281, they did a rather cheesy version of that at the beginning to kind of show why they thought Wells was kind of a cold character, that his mother died. And so that scene was dramatized in that film. There have been just kind of a spate of, and I'm probably over-exaggerating, of Orson Welles portrayals on screen. I'm thinking of like Me and Orson Welles and Cradle Will Rock and all these. It just seems like over the last decade,
that I've seen a lot of these. Do you think anyone has really kind of captured him, or are they all just really, missing at bat?
Well, I think one performance has captured him well. I don't think most of the performances. The one that is really good, well, Vincent D'Onofrio looks a lot like him in Ed Wood, but somebody else did the voice. But, I mean, he really captures the way Welles looked, but that scene is actually kind of ridiculous for a number of reasons. It's, Welles is complaining that Universal made him change Charlton Heston into a Mexican for Touch of Evil, which gets a laugh, but it's just not true because Welles did that. He made Heston's character a Mexican to complicate the story, But the one performance that I think is Wellesian is Christian Mackay in Me and Orson Welles. The guy in Cradle of Rock is maybe the worst Welles on screen. Angus McFadden is this kind of drunken, sleazy, small man. It's a very negative portrayal of Welles. It doesn't resemble him in the slightest. But Christian Mackay captures the charm and the swagger and the sort of bullying quality of Welles that are all part of him in Me and Orson Welles, which is about the making of his stage play of Caesar, Julius Caesar, when he was quite young. And he's remarkably good, and he also captures the creative flair of Welles when he's running around, or not running around, but he's going from actor to actor, making up wonderful stage directions off the top of his head and whipping this production into shape. And then he's, running around to a radio show in the middle of the production and then back to the theater, and all that is very well done by Christian Mackay in the film, and I think that's as close as it's come. Now, one thing that they miss usually is Welles' sense of humor, and Mackay has a good sense of that. He's kind of sly and mischievous. For example, Liev Schreiber in RKO 281 looks sort of like young Welles, but he plays it in a very somber, kind of menacing way, which is completely... there was that side to Welles, but Welles also had this charming, mischievous side, and when he directed a film, as I saw for 6 years, he was very entertaining. He told stories, he told jokes, he kept people, entertained, and it was fun working with him, and that's completely missing in RKO 281, which is about the making of Citizen Kane, and most of the other films, they portray him as this ogre, and I'll tell you a story that it should have been in RKO 281. When I met Paul Stewart, who was in Other Side of when he plays Raymond the Butler in Kane, and he told me that the first day he ever appeared on camera, he was doing that shot where he's introduced in darkness, and he lights a cigarette, and he says, "Rosebud, I tell you about Rosebud. How much is it worth to you?" And he was nervous because he had never appeared on camera. And Welles came over to him and whispered, "Paul, just remember, when you do this scene, your face is going to be 40 feet high on the screen at the Radio City Music Hall." And he said that was the worst possible direction that a director could have given him because he completely froze and panicked, And so he forgot his line. They rolled the cameras, and all he could think of saying was, "Goldberg? I tell you about Goldberg." And they all cracked up, and Welles roared with laughter, and then Paul Stewart relaxed, and they did the scene. That would have been a great little scene in RKO 281, because that's the kind of stuff that happened on a Welles film. And Welles had a great laugh, and, he would have found that hilarious. And that happens on film sets a lot anyway. People have fun, even when they're making some serious film. And you miss that in most of the portrayals of Welles.
Jonathan Rosenbaum, author of Discovering Orson Welles.
The only film course I ever took in my life was when I was a freshman at NYU, Washington Square College. And I took an intro to film course that was taught by a guy named Haig Manoogian, who was later, or around the same time, maybe the mentor of Martin Scorsese. And I was, at that time, I would say Citizen Kane was still my favorite film, and I noticed it was not included in the course. I mean, I took the course so I could see things like Birth of a Nation and The Last Laugh for the first time. But he was showing at the very end Champion. I remember the Mark Robeson film. And so I asked him why he wasn't showing Citizen Kane, and he said to me that, people who don't know very much about film, when they're first getting interested, they're impressed by something like this, but actually Citizen Kane is not a cinematic film. It's actually, which surprisingly enough was actually the gospel then. I mean, if you looked at Arthur Knight's, there were very few books on film at the time, and one was The Liveliest Art, and one was The Film Till Now by Paul Rotha and Richard Griffith, and you looked at both of them, and they both trashed Citizen Kane as being basically films that were ultimately non-cinematic, believe it or not. And and then I asked him when we came to do our term paper if I could actually write a defense of Citizen Kane. And he said, grudgingly, okay. And I remember he gave me a B+. He was a little irritated, by doing it. But it was one of the first attempts I ever made to maybe, the first attempt I ever made maybe to do a kind of film criticism of a classic film. Years later, when I was getting started writing more regularly about film, one of the first couple of things I wrote, was first writing an attack on Pauline Kael's Raising Cain in Film Comment. And then, not long after that, it was around the same time. I moved to Paris in 1969 from New York. I was friends with a cinephile named Carlos Clarence, written a wonderful book about horror films, you may know, actually. Anyway, he happened to have a copy of Welles' first film script, which was at least the first one I've ever heard of, which was Heart of Darkness, which I borrowed from him, and I got really interested in doing research about it, writing about it, and so I was working on an article for Film Comment about it, and somebody said, well, Welles is in Paris now, you should talk to him about it. I said, he's not going to want to talk to me. And they said, well, why don't you try at least? So I found out that Welles had a secretary in London, so I called long distance too. I was like a Mrs. Smith or some name like that. And she said, this is the address where he's editing a film, but please write him a letter, don't call him, he's very busy, and don't pester him, So I said, sure, but I didn't think he was going to answer me. But I did write him a letter. After I just about had nearly finished writing a draft of my article, I did write a short letter to him asking, I mentioned offhandedly that I'd recently published an attack on Raising Cain, but it was basically just a kind of polite letter asking if I could ask him asking him a few questions. And I mailed the letter Saturday afternoon and stayed up all of Sunday night, all night long, finishing a draft of the article, thinking I wasn't going to hear from him, and put it in the mail. And, I'd already put it in the letter in the mail. But anyway, I finished a draft, and I went to sleep at like 7 o'clock in the morning. And 2 hours later, the phone rings, and a voice at the other end said, this is an assistant of Orson Welles. Mr. Welles was wondering if you'd like to have lunch with him today. 3 hours later, without having hardly slept at all, I met Welles for lunch, the only time I ever met him, and spent an hour with him talking to him mainly about Heart of Darkness. So I would say that was a major event, actually. One of the things that came up in the course, I had been reading John Houseman's autobiography, the first volume run-through, in which he had said some various things about why he really was very dubious about the whole project of Heart of Darkness, and basically said it had really not been developed very far and everything. And at one point in the lunch, I mentioned that to Welles, and I asked him if he'd read it, and he said no, and he wasn't intending to. And he said, you have to realize that he's the worst kind of enemy somebody could possibly have, because he sounds very sympathetic to me, and he isn't. He couldn't have known anything about hardly of Heart of Darkness. He wasn't around for any of the script conferences or anything. And so I said, if that's true, it's really a pity, because I think in this book is probably the most complete account of your radio career that I've ever read anywhere. And there was kind of this long silence, and then Will said, so be it. It did get me to start thinking, it made me a little more skeptical. One mistake I had made in my attack on Raising Cain is that I basically accepted his word that Welles hadn't written, or hadn't written very much of, at least, the script for Citizen Kane. And so the big flaw in that piece is that I sort of took Pauline Kael and John Houseman's word for it, and it's been proven pretty definitively, I think, especially by Robert Carringer and his own research, that Welles wrote quite a bit of the script of Citizen Kane, and it's documented. I'd say in the mainstream this isn't widely known, but the facts are there for anybody who wants to research it. In any case, even though I would say one of the effects of meeting Welles for lunch, it was a very exciting experience, needless to say. I didn't bring a tape recorder because I was afraid I would spill it all over, I would drop it, or, I just basically ran home and, took down notes of everything I could remember. But I would say that before I met Welles, I thought if there was anybody in the world I most wanted to be, it would be Orson Welles. I didn't feel that after I had lunch with him, because I became sort of like, it was like face to face with a lot of what we talked about were projects he wanted to do and couldn't do, and questions about Ambersons, whether there was any chance of ever recovering his original cut and everything, rough cut, and he said no, he was sure that they burned it all. So actually, I didn't feel that way afterwards, but it certainly made me as much or even more of a Welles partisan. I got to see F for Fake. Also, when I was in Paris, one of the first screenings, I went to a press show of it, actually. Anyway, I guess that's the main early part of this, the major events in my early appreciations of Welles.
What I enjoyed about your book was, well, first off, that you really take so many pains to go in and discuss where you were in your career and what you knew at the time, and sometimes the notes before the articles are actually longer than the articles themselves.
Yes, that's
but
right.
I like that you do that you have this context and that you correct all of the errors. And that's what it seems like Welles's career so needs, is a correction of all these errors, because no matter what you're writing about, it's like, whether it's a major gaffe or, just a few factual things here and there, you seem to have this great knack for being able to kind of, proofread history almost and help kind of lead us into where we should be thinking about him.
Well, I think one thing that I gradually sort of came to think about this whole subject, and it's why I called it, my collection, Discovering Orson Welles, is the idea that that's an ongoing process, and it doesn't have closure. It's not like we can suddenly reach a point and say, okay, this is all of Welles' work, we know all of it. It's like it's a closed book, it's a closed issue. For me, part of the excitement of this work is that there's always more and that you can't find closure. But at the same time, I started to think that there's a big ideological issue about this, and it crops up in a lot of the things that are a lot of the anti-Welles stuff that continues to appear. I mean, because I think that, well, for example, if you go back to, Pauline Kael's book, before her book came out about Citizen Kane was seen as this kind of freak, that it didn't belong anywhere. It was neither fish nor fowl. People didn't know how to describe it. But after her book, one effect it had was that people started seeing it as a Hollywood film by a failed Hollywood director. Because, she said it was in the tradition of, like Hollywood newspaper comedies and stuff like this, which I don't think is really that true. But in any case, I think it held up. And so the point is, instead of seeing Welles as a sometimes successful, sometimes unsuccessful independent, he tends to be regarded in the mainstream as a failed Hollywood director. And I don't think that's an accurate description. I think he was an independent filmmaker who sometimes had the use and the facilities of Hollywood studios and did marvelous things with them. But that doesn't make him a Hollywood director, and I don't think he really was one. And I think that there's still a big division between the way Welles is regarded based on that distinction. Just recently there have been 3 books that have come out, all very interesting in different ways, I think. There was the Conversations with Henry Jaglom, for example. That's kind of like, in a way, the most problematic. I mean, it's a fascinating read, but I should say that, knowing people who are very close to Welles, all of them, without exception, reported that Welles did not know he was being taped by Jaglom. Now, of course, one could always say skeptically that after doing it for years, you would think Welles would have caught on or figured it out. But all I can say is that Welles himself told people that he discovered it only a few days before he died, and was very upset and felt betrayed and all of this. This is what he told other people. Of course, Shaglum is in complete denial about it. In any case, I think he shows his worst side in those dialogues. So that there's some brilliant things in it and fascinating things, but there's a lot of meanness also. Anyway, at around almost exactly the same time, another book came out, which has not got nearly as much publicity, but is a book that he participated in creating, really, with Roger Hill, his mentor. And the grandson of Roger Hill spent years putting it together, and it's a real, act of devotion, and I think it's in its own way is certainly as readable. Do you know about this book at all? It's quite a wonderful book, and I've become friends with Todd Tarbox, the guy who edited it. And then the third book, which is really fascinating, is a translation of an Italian book that basically chronicles the whole time Welles lived in Italy, and particularly his relations with the press, which were quite bad, actually. So, and in fact, the idea that most of us have had, which is that, he was not appreciated adequately in America, but they really knew how to value him and appreciate him in Europe, is not always entirely true. It certainly wasn't true in Italy. It was a very adversarial relationship, and it's complicated by all sorts of factors. But in any case, it's a very good, very well-researched book, and it's quite fascinating. It's just called Orson Welles in Italy. I think all three of them, in different ways, sort of relate to, the point I was trying to make about whether Welles is seen as a failure or seen in those terms, because there's an awful lot of that. The books that have sold the best about Welles have all been anti-Welles books, even though they don't always claim to be. I mean, I think, for example, the most popular of them all is the one that's the most badly researched and full of errors, David Thompson's Rosebud, where he makes stuff up, practically on every page. But it's the version that a lot of people would like to have of Welles, even though it's not one that is backed up by very much. I think it was depressing to me, because when I was hoping that This Is Orson Welles would be, which I was really one of the great, most fortunate things that happened to me was being asked by Oyo Kodar to edit this book, and I spent years on it. And I thought that it would sort of help set the record straight and would get a lot of attention, and it got some. But it was reviewed in Books and Brief in the New York Times Book Review, and it was reviewed, although favorably, by someone who obviously hadn't read it, actually, because the person who reviewed it wasn't even aware of the sort of overall logistics of the way the book was really designed to sort of show how much Welles had done. And it bought into, whereas, Rosebud got front page treatment in the New York Times, a rave review by Janet Maslin. So there's a certain kind of way in which I think there's been, for various reasons, and it might, I think some of this has to do with just the way, mainstream journalism works. Welles raises so many issues that people don't know, that ordinary journalism doesn't know how to cope with. And it makes it much catchier if you sort of simplify things. And the simplified version is what most people know. And with Welles, it seems to me it almost has to be at least partly unreliable and inaccurate, the simplified version. So it's not just simply a matter of being pro-Welles versus anti-Welles, too, because, I think, there are things Welles, it's not, even though I found out when I met him, I was really impressed by the fact that years later, I discovered gradually that virtually everything he told me was truthful. Or if he didn't know, he'd say, I'm not really sure, ask Dick Wilson, who was one of his, main assistants and so on. So, but he did tell, he did fib sometimes. There's no question about it. And he never really told the truth. And This Is Orson Welles, even about, the script, who wrote the script of Lady from Shanghai, or how that film came about, and so on. That was something he obfuscated. And there would also be areas where he didn't like to talk about them very much for one reason or another. The whole episode of Arcaden is, for example, something that is not very well known, because Welles himself, basically talked about the film being taken away from him, which did happen. But at the same time, what's not known is that there was a period when the producer, who was a very good friend of his at one time, actually offered to sell the film to Welles, and he declined. So it was a very complicated thing. But now we have the correspondence with the producer, and so we know at least the best French researcher, Francois Thomas, has gone into this and found out, a lot of there's still mysteries that remain. There are always mysteries that remain with Welles, but a lot more is understood than was understood about it now. I think one biographer I should mention, who I haven't mentioned up to now, who I think has been getting better and better. I mean, I had problems with the first volume, but Simon Callow, I think, who's the third and final volume of his biography is going to be, I imagine, coming out relatively soon, I think, is something to look forward to, because I think he's somebody who's, the second volume is much better than the first, and the third is probably going to be better than the second, because I think he's somebody who's not a real scholar, but at the same time he's very judicious and conscientious, and I think he's really done a lot of work. So that's something to really look forward to. It's unfortunate that some of the best research that's been done and some of the most valuable research is not better known. For example, there's a wonderful book that was written by not someone who's in film at all, but whose specialty is, one of his specialties is magic, and wrote a whole book about magic and Orson Welles. Terrific book. You can access it online, but he never found a publisher for it, except publishers who insisted on cutting it to maybe a third or a half of what it is, and he wouldn't do it. So he just finally, I think you have to purchase a download for it online. But I think that there's another example of the kind of thing I mean is there was a wonderful TV series that Welles did in Europe called Around the World with Orson Welles, which was produced actually by the same person who produced Tarkington. And this has been available for years. I think it's still, you can get it on Amazon, but I couldn't find any magazine. I wanted to write about it and they weren't interested. The same magazines that would run things about, that stupid remake, which I refuse to even see all of Magnificent Ambersons that was done for TV. It's like all kinds of stupid stuff, like The Big Brass Ring, which is a kind of desecration of a really good script. There's a lot of stuff that gets attention, which is Welles related. But it makes me feel that some actual work by Orson Welles that's out there, people are not that interested in that necessarily. I mean, unless they have the Hollywood stamp of approval, if they're Citizen Kane or Touch of Evil or, et cetera, but not the more independent things.
Do you think that he was kind of a threat to the Hollywood establishment, just with the whole idea of him funding his own projects when he couldn't find funding in Hollywood?
Well, it was, but first of all, he was a threat because he had Final Cut, which nobody else had on the terms in which he had them. So he was definitely, there was a lot of hostility about him before he even arrived for various reasons, because he was an outsider and he wasn't always diplomatic. I mean, he published an article attacking the whole role of the producer, one of the first things he did when he was in Hollywood, for example. So sure, I think that there is a continuing, I would say, ambivalence about him, to say the least. And there's the general perception in the United States, this is very wide, of seeing him as a failure, which is not, generally speaking, it's not shared elsewhere in the world. I mean, even in Italy today, he's not considered a failure, and even though Citizen Kane got bad reviews then, it wouldn't get bad reviews now. So I think that there's a kind of, I think this is the paradox is people fantasize who want to be filmmakers, about wanting to be Orson Welles, but at the same time they also endorse all the methods of test marketing and stuff that would have made Citizen Kane impossible, or at least they passively accept all kinds of conditions about what Hollywood is and what Hollywood, and the way the whole system worked. So I think that Welles, without necessarily intending to, often not wanting to be that way, just because it was his nature, wound up challenging all of it, the whole apparatus. And I think he continues to be a threat in certain ways. And I think that's part of what keeps him interesting.
Do you think people were kind of gunning for him when it came to Ambersons, kind of wanted to give him his comeuppance?
Oh, at RKO, there was no question about it. And not only with that, but with, all the obfuscation about It's All True. There's a wonderful book. It's a very academic book, but it's quite valuable, by Catherine Benamou, that really tells finally the true story of what happened on that. And, part of what the standard version of what happened, and it's all true, is Wells went down there and spent all of his time partying and, living it up and didn't produce anything, that was usable. In fact, not only did he produce a lot of stuff, but the thing that was partly outraging people at RKO was that he was making a feature film about South America in which all three of the leading characters were poor non-whites. It's like, and that was getting him into trouble with the Brazilian government too. At the time. It was, so the point is the ideological issues are almost always there. It's just that they get translated into other things. He was partying a lot and hanging out with a lot of non-white people, including non-white women. That's part of it too. But the point is that they kind of discard the fact that he shot a lot of, and the fact that what's very interesting is there are a lot of Brazilians to this day regard Orson Welles as like the equivalent of Martin Luther King or something like that, who see him because of the whole kind of impression he made on people there as politically, sort of like really a visionary in a certain way. And of course, the fact that the failure of that film is really what destroyed his career in Hollywood more than anything else. And he tried to, make up for it in various ways. I just recently resaw The Stranger, which is, I have to say, the only Orson Welles film I don't really like. And but he made that film just to try to prove to everyone he could make a film just like anybody else in the Hollywood system. And he did, and it turned a profit. But I don't think it's a very good film. It's the only one of his films that turned a profit when he was alive. Ironically, I think re-releases have done well. In fact, I think I was fortunate because it didn't cost much money for them to do. The re-edit of Touch of Evil actually was quite successful on its own terms, and went all over the world. Although Universal didn't think it. In fact, it's incredible that the first invitations to show that version to foreign film festivals were turned down because they said nobody is interested in Orson Welles outside the United States. That's what they thought it. The woman in charge of foreign sales at Universal, which is kind of astonishing, but it's true. I think it's sort of like I think what often happens is if they don't know exactly anything about it one way or the other, they'd rather not delve into sort of like mysterious waters, So anyway, when they finally relented and let it go, it showed all over the world, and did very well.
So let's talk about our reactions to this. Watching this the first time, I enjoyed it. Even in the truncated version that it is, I could kind of see what Welles was going for, and it was a journey that I was willing to take. And I will say that I watched the movie, probably in the early 90s for the first time, and I had seen Citizen Kane probably dozens of times by then. Going to film school in the early 90s, by that time, Citizen Kane was required viewing for pretty much every film class that there is. No matter what kind of class it is, it feels like the professors find a way to work in Kane. And so I just got to see that over and over again. Not that I'm complaining, because it's one that I will still go back to now, even after having seen it all those times. I had one professor, Ira Konigsberg, talk about Ambersons and talk about some of the complexity of the filming that was in there. I found it interesting that he didn't teach Ambersons, he just talked about it, and I finally tracked down a really crappy video copy and watched that, and I was just like, okay, I won't say that it was something that was kind of burning a hole in my brain or anything, but I was just like, all right, that's good. And then to start to hear the stories about what it was, that was kind of what lit a little bit of a fire in my imagination as far as that goes. But as far as the movie itself, I was just like, yeah, it's something. But it didn't have the impact for me that Kane had.
I think I saw it years ago, but it was just totally forgotten to me. I knew some of the stories before we got into, really watching it for this episode, but I didn't know the extent of most of them. I mean, the most obvious is, okay, there's like 2 reels missing, and, check your closets. And if you're down in Brazil, maybe there's a whole print of it. It wasn't something that had a big impact on me. And like I alluded to in the beginning, I think part of the reason why Ambersons, it's beautifully done. It looks exactly like, in a lot of ways, a sister of Kane. I mean, in terms of the design, the way it looks, the lighting and things like that. There was a discussion early on about the gossip scene. And the gossip scene is so beautifully done in terms of the framing. There's this sort of tableau of all these faces in the frame that reminded me of the scene where Mr. Kane's going to be given this silver cup on his return back to the United States, and how everybody's face is sort of in the frame, and done really well. The overlapping dialogue, of course, things like that, the sound design and everything, because, of course, Welles and his whole group they all come out of radio, so they understood that very well. And the problem that I had with it is, like I alluded to, is that it's such an ensemble piece, but the problem is there's so many sort of things that are not developed because that things have been ripped out, that it doesn't kind of play as well. Because with Kane, it's so much through that character, so much is put on that character, and we're in on that character. And although the character is a scoundrel, we get to understand him, and we get to understand the psychology. And part of the problem that I have with Ambersons at times is that the George character is kind of not likable. Now, granted, you don't need a likable character in order to enjoy a film. That's fine. The problem that I had, though, was I just couldn't attach to him. I felt more connected with the mother character, feeling sadness for her, as we talked about with at the end, where he turns Eugene away, and feeling bad for her. But then there's a point for me that almost feels like you're the one who created this monster, this entitled brat, and I wanted to kind of smack her around for allowing that to happen. The whole thing as I was watching it is it plays like a melodrama more than anything, because I don't feel as connected into sort of this overall arc, which, as you explain it, if all of that stuff was in there, it'd be such a richer story, and I wouldn't feel probably the way I do about the final release version. That, to me, it's almost like a turn-of-the-century version of kind of like All That Heaven Allows or something. And I kind of feel that All That Heaven Allows is a better film as a melodrama. There's things in Ambersons that are beautifully done technically, and the ideas are there. They're just, as I said, it just seems so it feels more like a loss when you watch it, because you're like, that there's more there that could be there, and it could have so much more impact than really what it does, and that's really the sorrow.
Roger, how did you first come to Ambersons?
I had been reading about Citizen Kane for a while in various books and so forth, and when I was 13, I finally caught it on a late night show. It was like starting at midnight or whatever, and I snuck downstairs and watched Kane and was blown away by it. And so at that point, I wanted to find out all I could about Welles, and I ended up buying a book about him written by Joseph McBride. And McBride was going on about the second film, Ambersons. And so I was going, I need to check that out. Eventually, it was shown like in an afternoon movie on television. I think I saw it a year later when I was like 14. And it was in a 90-minute time slot with commercials. So even more of the film was cut out for the first time that I saw it. There was about 15 minutes that were gone from it, additional minutes. For me, a lot of what I loved about Citizen Kane, and still do, are the kind of the quieter moments. An example would be Mr. Bernstein's little story about seeing the woman in the white dress and the parasol once crossing over on the ferry, and how he thinks about her all the time. And so I think there's a lot of those moments that are present in Ambersons as well. And I responded very well to that sense of time having gone by, and regrets, and everything else that comes with it. Eventually, the more I studied the film, and even finally getting to see the full version of it as it exists now at 88 minutes, and reading about what Welles's original intentions were, it became harder and harder to enjoy released version, and it's flawed in so many ways. When it gets discussed in books that try to cover Welles' career in a very short time period, you tend to get this, well, they changed the ending. They cut some footage out, they changed the ending, made it a happy ending, and that's what happened to it. But in fact, I mean, there's 45 minutes that's cut from throughout the film, and the changes in editing happen, about 45 seconds at the start of the movie. They start changing things. And all of those changes, all of those things that they're doing starts to undermine the logic of the story and the drama and the subtext and everything that I think would have made that film really, really astounding.
There is this kind of accepted, quote-unquote, knowledge that they changed the end. But you're right, there are so many changes throughout, whether it's just like an insert shot of George's diploma to show that he has graduated from college and that more time has passed, because it really feels like there are moments in the film where it seems like one scene to the next is one day to the next or 1 hour to the next, when years have gone by in between. And that would definitely help us with the shading of these characters and help explain where some of these things are going on. And then for me, the biggest thing is the whole idea of the decline of the Ambersons when it comes to their financial problems. Scenes of Georgie looking out the window and seeing that his grandfather has started having houses built on his property and running out into the rain and having Uncle Jack chase him, and talking about, the necessity of the major having to sell this land and have these houses built, and that, his uncle thinks that apartments would have been more frugal and more, it would have paid off a little bit better. But having these things, having the porch scene early on and having them talk about this stuff. And I think that's too, we talked about Fanny and her really kind of, so much of her performance falling on the cutting room floor. That is a very important scene to me, is Fanny and George and Isabel out on that front porch, and just their discussion and the way that is. And that even sets up the whole idea of Fanny in the rocking chair that we're going to get later on in the boarding house. So there's so many pieces that are missing throughout. Rob, when you and I talked about clean flicks and the way that these Mormon editors were going in and taking out little bits of things that they found offensive, and how that can, just a few cuts here and there can affect the tone of a film so much. I mean, these are just like major pieces being taken out of this, Jenga puzzle. And I think that's why we're looking at this kind of ruined mess on the floor after we're all done with it.
Yeah, it definitely is that. I mean, editing really is the art. People have said, that editing can really destroy, or, it maybe won't save it, but it'll definitely destroy a film. And you can see that with other pictures as well, or you talk to editors and, well, we didn't know exactly what we were doing with this, and then we tore it all apart and put it all back together, and it actually works better than the original plan. And this one is just, I think really for me, the sorrow of it is, it was kind of twofold. One was, as I was reading a lot of the reviews and people kind of raving about it, I was kind of scratching my head and wondering if I was missing something. And then second is, it's a film that, because all of these elements are gone, we don't have something to play up against it. It's not like, for example, taking another Welles film that was truncated and then they went back in and put it back together in a version. Obviously, he didn't okay it. He was dead, but Touch of Evil. It's interesting to have the two to play against side by side. And then that way you can go, oh, okay, well, I can understand why the studio made the cuts it did, and then reading through the memo and going, oh, okay, well, I can understand why Welles thought that all this version would be better, even though, of course, it's, like I said, it's not the exact thing that he would do, because there's no way to know because he's now dead. But it's still interesting to have that. And with Ambersons, the real sorrow is that we may never have that opportunity to have that comparable as to, okay, here was the studio version, and then here was the version that he really wanted, outside of a few clips that are left, and reading the script or whatever other notations and research you can do.
Roger, what are some of the other scenes that you think really kind of affect the way that we view Ambersons today?
One of the most fascinating things about what Welles was trying to do with the film was it has a very unique structure. And when we're referring to the original cut, we're actually referring to still a work in progress that clocked in about 131 minutes. So it wasn't ridiculously long. There's certainly many films, Gone with the Wind or what have you, that ran longer than that prior to this film being produced. But this particular version, what you end up having is you have the standard 3 acts. However, the climax of the film comes right in the middle of the second act, and it's George slamming the door in Eugene's face. A gentleman named Christopher Husted, who runs the Bernard Herrmann archive out of Santa Barbara, he wrote a wonderful essay, and this was based almost exclusively on Bernard Herrmann's original score for the film, which he analyzed. He realized that the entire film was structured as rising and falling action, with that moment being the middle that everything hinges on. And in fact, when you look at the original construction of the film, you realize that you have a series of scenes that occur in the first half of the movie that lead up to the point where George confronts Eugene at the door. And all of these scenes have their counterparts in the second half of the film. Now, the re-editing of it has messed with this structure to where it's hardly even recognizable now. But there's still some examples that are there. I could point to the 2 staircase sequences. In the first sequence, you have George and Fanny on the staircase, and Fanny's kind of goading George on and teasing him and letting him know that people are gossiping about his mother and Eugene. And which he goes off and storms into the house of Mrs. Johnson and demands that, she stop the gossip and that sort of thing. After the confrontation with Eugene, you have a second staircase scene, again, between Fanny and George. In this scene, Fanny is embarrassed by George's overreaction. This occurs throughout the original structure. We have all of these different scenes. We mentioned the porch scene. Well, there were 2 porch scenes. Again, one before the confrontation with Eugene and one that comes after. In the first one, Fanny is dismissing automobiles as being a fad. She doesn't think they'll last. In the second porch scene, she's talking with the major about how excited she is about investing in the headlight company. It's like a series of reversals, and this happens throughout the film. And it's daringly structured. I mean, the original structure of this seems absolutely fascinating to me. But at the same time, I know that an audience watching that, they'd be asking, where does this resolve? What are we, when is it going to reach the climax of this movie? The structure is it's not a traditional, structured entertainment.
In a lot of ways, it's kind of like Shakespeare. I mean, we talk about with Shakespeare in 5 acts where the pinnacle was always in the third act. It was in the middle, and then everything kind of rolls downhill from there. That's sort of the crescendo, so to speak.
I was very fascinated when Roger, you and I and Justin went up to the University of Michigan a few years ago and looked at the Oyakodar archives. And part of that was looking at some of the frame enlargements that you mentioned, and one of those was from that second porch scene. And when you explained to me the whole idea of this kind of mirrored setup to the film, it just made things make so much more sense. And then going back and even seeing the 88-minute version, I could kind of start to pick up on these kind of visual rhymes as the movie's progressing. I guess it's like reading a poem where major stanzas have been cut out, because it's just like, I know that there's something there that I should be seeing, but I'm going to end with I'm going to step on a flat note because that part is gone now, and it's just this kind of hole that I'm stepping into, rather than having that second piece that is going to fit into that first puzzle piece that we saw.
Right, and I mean, the rationale behind the cutting is that one is to try to tame this thing and make it a conventional film. I think it's important to understand that the controversy that came along with Citizen Kane made RKO very nervous about continuing to work with Welles. Certainly, Kane received a lot of great reviews, didn't do super well, making money, and a lot of that was due to the fact that the film didn't open in a lot of theaters. The Hearst papers wouldn't publicize it, and etc. I think the idea here was that RKO okayed The Magnificent Ambersons because they saw it as safe. They said, okay, this is a costume drama. We know how this works. Let Welles do this. This will be a safe project. Welles is not known for being able to really deliver a safe project. His version of this costume drama was very avant-garde. It was demanding. And so the attempt, the 88-minute version is the attempt to try to cut all the eccentricities out of it and try to make it normal.
Well, and it also cuts out a lot of the negative things, like the whole idea of pollution. I mean, that is so far removed from what we see. I mean, really, it's like, hey, there's nothing wrong with industrialization, and we should really be rooting for Eugene. I mean, you did talk about the scene where he says, maybe automobiles aren't that great. Maybe there are going to be some problems, and there's a little bit of the discussion about the way that the property values are going to fall inside of cities. But that's about it. You don't get the whole idea of car ride out away from the city and being able to look back and see the smoke that's hanging over Midland now. You don't get the amount of pollution and this kind of stuff that is going on. I mean, really, it's not just the decline of the Ambersons, it's the decline of their way of life, and it's also the decline of this kind of city living that they had, when city living was a lot more spacious and not as dangerous and not as congested. I mean, to remove that final shot of Eugene driving through this kind of, congested city with the L overhead and the buildings are probably all darkened and everything. I mean, we now in 2013, we're so far removed from the Industrial Revolution that we tend to forget just how there were good and bad things about that. And one of the very bad things was just all of the coal smoke and how it covered everything and just the way that the soot was everywhere. And I know Tarkington gets into it even more in the novel, but really Welles had quite a bit of that as going on in the film. And yeah, all that stuff right out of there. Just get rid of that. Not only is it all the bad things that are happening to the Ambersons when it comes to their finances, but all of those bad things that can come from automobiles. We really got to take all that stuff right out of the mix.
Ambersons has come down as still being, a great film, but in fact, how much more well-regarded, or at least maybe even well-known, would the film be if it had all of those elements still in there? And you're kind of left with that really contrived ending that it doesn't work. The whole ironic context that Welles had given that is gone, and you're just left with this horrible sappiness. And the worst part about it is, Fanny, the character, Agnes Moorehead, did an exceptional job at creating this character. And the last time you see her in the film prior to the ending is her, screaming madly in the house, falling down by the water heater and being, dragged through the house by George and kind of whimpering. The next time you see her is in this hospital corridor, and she's beaming, she's smiling, she's so happy that Eugene is still in love with the dead Isabel, and that's completely wrong. I mean, Fanny should not be at that point. That is the character arc makes no sense at all.
That Thorazine is a hell of a drug. Let's talk about how these changes kind of came about, how Welles lost control of this film. As you mentioned, there were problems when it came to Kane, and there was so much attention being paid when he came out to Hollywood, this young whippersnapper coming out to Hollywood, fresh on the success of the War of the Worlds radio broadcast, all the work that he had done in New York. He had conquered the stage in New York, had done so many amazing things out there. There's a film called Me and Orson Welles that looks at the production of Julius Caesar that he did. There was The Cradle or Rock that looks at the production of that he did when he was in New York. So he had a really well-established and successful career in New York in the stage before he ever even came out to Hollywood, and he had an amazing career on the radio as well, which was, and again, people forget in this day and age just how pervasive the radio was and how important that was as this means of entertainment and news and culture and all this kind of stuff. So he comes out to the West Coast, gets this amazing contract, negotiated this amazing contract to have final cut of his film, have all this kind of stuff. And he starts to work on Heart of Darkness, and there's a little bit about that in the documentary on Francis Ford Coppola's Apocalypse Now that talks a little bit about that. And there's a whole lot of there's essays about the script and all this kind of stuff. And it was a very interesting project. And that falls through. Another project of his falls through, and pretty soon, the whiz kid, who a lot of people have kind of said really isn't that great. There's a lot of sour grapes around him coming out there. It starts getting made fun of. They start talking about him in the gossip columns and all this stuff about like how, not only is he now not going to make one film, but now he's not going to make 3 films, and just all this kind of bad feelings towards Welles. He makes the amazing Citizen Kane. People have some problems with that. Hearst is laying there in wait, of course, and 6 of the Llewellyn Parsons and all these other people on him. And really, I think that if we're to draw parallels between what's happening with Welles, we can really see him as Georgie in that people are just waiting for him to have his comeuppance. And I think that that's what Magnificent Ambersons kind of afforded to the powers that be, because he was, I won't say he was ripped off of the project, but he was very strongly asked to help out the government and do a little favor for them.
And that wasn't RKO's doing. That was, I guess, Nelson Rockefeller or whatever had said Welles, and Welles was very active politically during this period as well. That's important to be aware of. It suggested, hey, can you do something in South America to kind of solidify? It was like a hemisphere solidarity is how it was referred to, because obviously they were concerned about fascism taking over South America. Welles had already wanted to do this omnibus project called It's All True. And he was considering doing it as his second film, his follow-up to Kane. And in a sense, he recognized that this could be a way that he could do the It's All True film, but have it be stories about South America. He, in his mind, he will have enough time to wrap up the shooting on Ambersons and to also wrap up his own shooting on the next Mercury film for RKO, which is called Journey into Fear, which he plays a role. And then head down to Rio. Basically, he edits Ambersons via long distance with Robert Wise. And they go through, they're working for about a month and a half on post-production without any kind of interference. There's an initial kind of rough cut assembly that I think runs about 148 minutes. And Welles requests a number of cuts to get it down. They reach a point in mid-March where the 131-minute edit is prepared. And what's happening here is we're getting close to Easter time, and the president of RKO, George Schaefer, wants to have Ambersons open for Easter. He's excited about getting the film previewed to see if they can get it into shape for release. Unlike Kane, because Citizen Kane was never previewed. Welles' contract was watertight, and he was given total control, and they could not release the film in any other fashion other than the way he intended. His contract had been renegotiated, prior to Ambersons being produced, and he no longer had final cut. What ends up happening is Ambersons undergoes 2 previews in mid-March of 1942, and RKO is very nervous with the responses they get. There's a lot of people who walk out on the film, who laugh at it, and it really unnerves them. Now, of course, at the same time, as you know, Mike, we went through the preview cards, the cards that were filled out by audience members who were there for those 2 previews. There's quite a few of them that say it's a masterpiece. This is one of the best films we've ever seen. But there's a lot of others who who don't like it, and you can kind of tell they're prejudiced in some way. They say things like, "This is even worse than Citizen Kane," so you kind of know where they're coming from. But what ends up happening is the previews don't go well, and so RKO says we need to we need to make changes. This film needs to be accepted by a mainstream audience. It's a complicated story that's going on, but basically what I've kind of uncovered from looking through the documents is that Wells's business manager at the time, a man named Jack Moss, who was put in charge of overseeing all of his business back in Hollywood while he was abroad, has his own ideas of what he thinks the film should be. In fact, he is telling Welles how the film should be changed before those previews even take place. Interestingly, the release version that shows up in July of 1942 when the film was finally released and cut down to 88 minutes with re-edited, resequenced, and with the happy ending at the end, it very closely resembles all of the things that Jack Moss said that he wanted to do with Ambersons way back in mid-March. And so I think, it's he said, "Hey, I'll lead the way. I know how to fix the film." And then it's Welles is sending all these telegrams saying, "Here's the changes that you can make if people didn't respond well to this. Here's a suggestion for re-editing or whatever." And some of Welles' suggestions are taken. They actually do re-edit the film according to his wishes, but most of the choices are being made by Jack Moss.
Welles wasn't an unreasonable person. I mean, he's made out to be in several forms of media that he was this megalomaniac who just, had no sympathy for anybody else. And when it came to his work, he was, the master craftsman and no one is going to touch it. I've read those memos, and he is very willing to cooperate and to compromise when it comes to so much of it. And it's just so sad to see this, kind of spiral out of control. I mean, you can really kind of hear the desperation in his voice as you're reading through those memos to see what he's saying back to the people who are here and in control, to hear what he's asking of Jack Moss, to hear what he's asking of Robert Wise, who's recutting this stuff and reshooting some sequences. And it's just like, I felt my heart was kind of breaking when I was reading those memos, just to hear what he's trying to do while he's still working in Rio at this whole time, in Brazil at this whole time, and he's got responsibilities down there, but he's still trying to fulfill his responsibilities with Ambersons. So this whole idea, some people kind of put forward that Welles has this like fear of completion because he always gets his projects either taken away from him or they end up abandoned, usually because of lack of fundings. When I read these memos and read the care that he has for his own project, I know that he didn't just walk away and just like, oh, la-di-da, and just I'm done with everything.
Welles was always somebody, especially in his youth, who liked to juggle a lot of balls. He had a lot of projects. Obviously, he was writing newspaper columns and doing a radio show and trying to work on several movie projects at the same time. But he believed that if he said, okay, here's what I want you to do, that's how they'll follow through. Ambersons was his second film. His first film he had absolute control over, and so while he did get a sense of how things can go awry with the controversy from Hearst and everything over that, he always got his way because the contract allowed it. And I don't know that he really realized this time out that this film would be changed that much. one of the unfortunate things that has come down is, and this is from Welles, he himself has been the guy responsible for this in a number of interviews that he gave later in life, is he's been very disparaging against Robert Wise, who was in fact an editor that he had chosen to work with him on Citizen Kane. From looking at the documents, I don't see Wise as necessarily being a villain in this. I see him as a guy who's stuck in a very difficult position trying to make the best of it. And it's very interesting because there's the very long letter that Wise writes to Welles after he's completed the 131-minute edit. In fact, that version of the film was being shipped down to Rio for Welles to view, and he sends him a long letter saying, hey, this print is on its way, as well as some alternates. And he explains his reasoning behind some of the choices he makes. It's very interesting because he keeps commenting how Jack Moss wants to change this, and he's very specific about what are Moss's ideas and what are his ideas. And Wise's ideas are much more aligned with, I think, what Wells's original intentions were. Moss's ideas are much more radical, and not in a good way. And what's interesting is at this moment, Welles hasn't seen the version that he had requested to be prepared, the 131-minute, which for the most part I think they were thinking was going to be very close to a final cut. And Welles suddenly decides that he wants to make this big cut. He wants to cut about 14 minutes out of the middle of the film. And Wise is like, why are you doing this? He said, that you're going to wreck your movie. It's hard to fathom exactly what Welles is thinking here. I think part of it is that Welles thought he would downplay some of the melodrama and be able to save the themes of the film that he really thought were strong by taking out some of the middle portion of the film, which deals more with the idea of George and Isabel going abroad and all of that element. And at the same time, I think Welles is still in love with being a filmmaker and seeing that, hey, I can change this around and make it even a different story. That there's an excitement to how editing can change things, and in a way, maybe he's a little rash, and he's losing patience with it, and he wants to see if something else will work. Now, the important thing to understand is Welles still believes he's in control, and so it's not like he's demanding this big cut be made, and that's it, and that's the finished product. He just wants to see what it's going to be like. But it's right at this moment where he loses control of it. And it's interesting because Wise is trying to kind of keep him on board and saying, I think we got a great film. I would only cut 3 scenes. Wise wants to lose the factory scene and the 2 porch scenes. And he thinks it'll be perfect. It'll just be, right around 2 hours, and it should play beautifully. And he sounds like he's right behind Wells's vision. After the previews, he starts to change his tune. And I think it's literally because his boss at RKO is telling him, you've got to make these changes. And Jack Moss is leaning even heavier, and Jack Moss has more power now, and Moss wants these changes that he wants to make. And so Wise is just trying to make the best of it.
Well, I like that one of the theories as far as why that big cut was instructed by Welles comes from Robert L. Carringer, who wrote the Magnificent Ambersons reconstruction. And his theory is that Welles was uncomfortable with the Oedipal overtones that are inside of the Magnificent Ambersons film, and that he wanted to, distance himself from that because Welles kind of saw himself, we know that Orson Welles' real first name was George, and that he saw himself too much in the George Amberson character. Welles has talked before about how Booth Tarkington and his father were friends, and maybe Booth Tarkington, and maybe in Wells's mind, based Eugene Morgan on Wells's father, Richard Welles. Carringer just kind of spins this wild tale about how now that Welles has seen it, he is just, kind of afraid of admitting his Oedipal fixation, and that's why he wants this cut to happen, which I find to be just, I don't know, to me it's kind of howlingly amusing. That and the insistence that Carringer has that Welles should have gone back to New York, as he once said in an interview, and done Hamlet, and really The Magnificent Ambersons was his kind of version of Hamlet, with this whole idea of the overprotective Hamlet with his mother and the ghost of the father and all this kind of stuff. And I have to say that is one of the most amusing takes on Ambersons that I've read.
I don't think that holds much credence. The Hamlet thing is actually in Tarkington's book, and Welles actually shot a scene in which George is looking at himself in the mirror and I think recites a couple lines from Hamlet, because it's in Tarkington's book. But that was one of the scenes that he cut very early on. You can understand why. It was just too much material in the first half of the film. You need to keep the thing moving. I don't think cutting that middle portion out, reduces the Oedipal overtones or undertones at all. In fact, something that Welles does with the film is rather unsettling when you come back to it and you view it a few times. You realize that the romances, the relationships in a way, are between George and his mother and Eugene and his daughter, Lucy. The intimacy that you expect from George and Lucy or from Eugene and Isabel are in fact present in the scenes with or with their parents. And the material that Welles was proposing to cut, in mid-March of 42 didn't really obscure that.
The other thing that we have kind of not talked about was that in the middle of shooting Ambersons, basically they started shooting, I believe, in October of 41, and we wrapped up right around February of 42. Welles had to be out of the country by then just to make it to Carnival down in Brazil for shooting It's All True. Is right there, dead center. We've got, a day that will live in infamy, December 7th, 1941. That is one of those days that we've talked about on the show before, the day that changes everything kind of thing. And the whole mindset of the country, to put it in terms that we can understand today, it was a very September 11th kind of moment. And we remember how in September 11th, after that, Rob, you and I were talking about this a few weeks ago on the JFK show, on talking about executive action. It affected our art, and it affected the way that, what we could do, what we could say, what we could create, and put a whole different spin on so many things. And having Ambersons in that 131-minute cut version with this kind of, this is the wrong word, but slamming of industrial times and the way that maybe industry isn't as great as all that, it's not what the people, a lot of people, some people, a few people, what they want to hear. And we heard that in those comment cards when we were reading those up at U of M. This is not the right time for this kind of motion picture. It really did affect things, and I don't think that people give as much credence to that as maybe they should. I think there's more that can hold a lot more water to me than the idea that cuts were happening because of Welles having an Oedipal fixation.
Absolutely. But at any time you still have, you still have drama, and you still have people who are willing to go along for the ride. And I think some of those preview cards show that there were people who recognized it as really an incredible work. But I don't know that Welles was ever going to make that film a popular success. The popular story of Welles is that he was a wonderkin all the way up through Citizen Kane, the boy wonder. And then after that, the bottom drops out, and it's a steady decline. The thing is the anomaly is in fact Citizen Kane. The fact that film got produced and was released intact is the thing that is the aberration. And it's not surprising that Welles was never able to do that again or get that kind of control, because the studio system was not set up for somebody like Orson Welles at that time. Had he come around 30 years later, he might have had more luck. But Ambersons was doomed from the start, in my mind. The way that Welles wanted to make that film, I don't think it was ever going to. It was never going to recoup its cost. That wasn't going to happen.
So we're not going to be able to, or probably aren't going to be able to see the original version, that 131-minute version. There are a lot of different thoughts as far as, does that still exist, or is it gone? Would it be worth a trip to Brazil to take a look for that? I mean, stranger things have happened. The whole idea of finding the longer version of Metropolis a few years ago. There have been so many of these stories where things that we thought were lost to time suddenly reappear.
The difference with Ambersons and from these other films like Metropolis, Ambersons was never released in that form, and Metropolis was. And Metropolis existed for, I think, a couple of weeks, after it premiered in the long 2.5-hour version. And it just happened to be that businessman who, ran some theaters, I guess, from Argentina, I think it was, and he happened to be in Berlin and said, "Hey, make me a copy of that. I want it." And that's how it ended up surviving. In fact, the Mercury film follow-up to Ambersons, Journey into Fear, in early, it's still a studio re-edit of what the original film was supposed to be, but it was not the final cut, but it was a earlier version of that film that was released for all of, I think, 2 weeks. Again, Welles found out about it and demanded it be pulled from distribution, and all the prints returned to RKO, and he himself made a deal with RKO where he was allowed to try to spend a short amount of time to rework that film and give it a new ending and put it into release about 6 months later. The mere fact that that film was actually released for 2 weeks, a print survived, and we have 2 versions of that film now. This earlier cut and the one that Welles finally signed off on, even though it was heavily compromised. But Ambersons, it never made it out there in any kind of general release, and RKO controlled the preview cuts. They destroyed that footage. Welles received the 131-minute, the reels that would add up to the 131-minute version, as well as, I think, 10 reels of additional alternate edits and ideas that Wise had that he wanted Welles to see. And there's a document, unfortunately, that says that the office down in Brazil that was holding it, they have confirmed that they destroyed those reels, I think, by December of 1944. And so the likelihood that any of this footage exists anywhere is pretty slim.
Well, the thing that gets me is that 60 years later, we're sold probably one of the biggest lies that I can remember, apart from maybe the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, is the whole idea that A&E have now gone back, A&E, the television channel, have gone back and taken that original Welles vision and version, and they are going to give that to the world, that Alfonso Arau is going to direct the original version of The Magnificent Ambersons, and from the first shot, it is different, and it is not what we were given. And I think it is one of the biggest travesties, and just, if anything, it smears Welles's name worse than the truncated version that is out there. So, Rob, I know that you really enjoyed this version, and I want you to defend it for me.
No, I'm not. I have not come to praise the man. I have come to bury him. It doesn't start off well when the titles are bad. Just put it that way. Just the titles are cheap looking. Like, they couldn't even spend any money to do decent titles. I mean, it looks like, the guy Birdemic did this on his video toaster. They're horrible. They're very cheap looking. The thing I was thinking about as I was watching it is there's so much talent in the film. I mean, you look at the cast. I mean, Madeline Stowe, serviceable job. Jennifer Tilly, fine. What's his name? The British kid.
Jonathan Rhys-Meyers.
Yeah, he's in it as George. Just James Cromwell.
Well, don't forget William Hootkins, who played Porkins in Star Wars, and one of the government guys who talks to Indiana Jones about the Lost Ark. He's in there as Uncle George, formerly known as Uncle Jack, formerly known as Uncle George. So seeing William Hootkins, that was awesome. But yeah, the rest of it.
and then Alfonso Arau, is a decent director. I mean, like Water for Chocolate, fine. I mean, there is the talent to make a good film here. The problem is, I watched it, it felt like community theater. And the reason why I'll say this is that one of the things that I think why Ambersons works for me in aspects of the acting is that there's a certain mode in which these people are playing. And in this film, it's much too modern. I just get the feeling that beyond the sets and the clothing, that a lot of these actors are just sort of playing it as if they were on the street today. And the thing is, people didn't move that fast 100 years ago. They weren't that. I mean, obviously I wasn't there, but we have this perception from watching media and watching film that there's a certain manner of being that is not embodied in this. I mean, it's like, go watch Merchant Ivory films. I mean, if you want to watch good period film of what we're talking about with this. As for Jennifer Tilly as Agnes Moorehead's character, as Aunt Fanny, she gets better as it goes on, especially the one scene towards the end. She's really unhinged. But sort of the day-to-day of her within the film, I just really wasn't feeling it. And her voice never really bothered me in other films. As a matter of fact, Jennifer Tilly's voice was sometimes an asset, like in the case of Bound. I thought she was great in that. But in here, it just doesn't work. Like, it's just something about her voice that really bothers me. The guy who plays Joseph Cotton's character, once again, just really too modern. The only thing that I can really say about this film that makes it, in one aspect, a little bit better than the Welles film is that we get a more full story. And that story, that melodrama, is a bit more compelling because certain things aren't missing. But with no real investment in the fact that it's a decent film, it doesn't even matter by the time you get to the end. It's not, you just feel like you wasted an extra 30 minutes that they put in here that got clipped out of the Welles version.
To me, it's clear that the director has his own agenda as far as how he wants to see this story. And if I'm not mistaken, there's the only screenplay credit on there is something like based on an original screenplay by Orson Welles or something to that effect. And of course, it's really not based on anything Welles wrote. Right off the bat, you start, I think, at the last ball scene, and they end up doing a flashback to everything that happens earlier, which is not really that great of a structure for this. And then they make a lot of mistakes, like the card club that George has, Friends of the Ace or whatever. He's far too young. And then, they have like 8-year-olds or something in that scene, as I recall. And it's, George is supposed to be in college at that time. You really start running into trouble when they introduce the tango. And that was simply not, an accepted dance that would happen at these balls, around that time in 1890 or what have you. And I don't even know how to explain the thinking behind the scene in which George dances with his mother's corpse. That one's a real head scratcher.
Any sort of subtlety around the idea of Oedipal fixation that might have been in Tarkington or Welles is just right out there when it comes to a Rouse version, and is like, you might as well just, come over to my house and slap me across the head because it's pretty darn obvious. And I'm just like, okay, so much for subtlety here. Thank you.
I guess before we got going, I worked against a talking pig in 2 movies, said that the acting in the original Ambersons wasn't very good. I think he needs to reconsider. I mean, although Mr. Cromwell is fine, serviceable in this film, I think he really needs to reconsider that compliment or lack thereof.
To me, the direction is weak, and I think that that's responsible for a lot of the unevenness that you're seeing there. In fact, Madeline Stowe, who signed on to the film because she loved Welles' original work and thought this would be an opportunity to revisit this material and do some justice to it this time, was appalled at the finished product. And in fact, this is one of the few times I've actually seen this. She was giving interviews publicizing the television premiere of the A&E Ambersons, basically saying that she washed her hands of it and she was ashamed that she was involved with it. And I was amazed that she was that forthright, but I think she felt really betrayed by the direction that the film took.
Well, it's always good when your leading actor comes out against the film. I mean, that's sure sign that you did something right, I guess. As someone who read the book, and obviously this was 2 odd years ago that you said that you read the book, do you believe that the book, the story itself, is serviceable enough that it makes for a compelling piece, like as a book and therefore as a compelling piece of film? Or do you think that it's severely dated and it just wouldn't work in that context today?
Well, I think both Roger and I can answer that because I know Roger's read the book as well. For me, I tried reading Ambersons for a little while, and I was just having a little bit of trouble paying attention to it for some reason. And luckily, since this is in the public domain, folks have gone out and there are services where you can go online and find people that have read public domain books. And I downloaded the audio version of The Magnificent Ambersons, and I'll link over to that over at our website, where you can download the book and listen to it that way. I think it was LibriVox. And that was a lot more enjoyable experience. Do I think there's enough there for a compelling film? Yeah, I definitely do. And I think that Welles really was bringing a lot of new stuff to it and recontextualizing things from a 1941 point of view, because you remember that a lot of this stuff that Tarkington was writing about, it was contemporary or was 20 years prior to when Tarkington was writing this. Welles is another 20 some years removed from that. I mean, there was a version of Magnificent Ambersons called Pampered Youth, a silent version that was before Welles took this on. So, this is we're talking, there have been at least 3 movie versions of this, and then there's a screenplay that's floating out there for what might have been a 4th by Charles Linton Tedford, which might have happened. I don't remember if we have a solid date on when that might have happened. It was a Warner Brothers, it might have been a Warner Brothers production, but it never happened. So yeah, I think there's enough there to make definitely something compelling, and I think in Welles's hands, he would have had that had we been able to see that original cut.
To address that earlier screenplay, I believe it was at Warner Brothers. It was being set up at Warner Brothers, and somewhere around 36, 37 maybe was around the time this screenplay was written. I know there's the suggestion in there that Henry Fonda might be a good cast for George. Again, that screenplay and certainly Pampered Youth deviate significantly from Tarkington's novel. They become much more conventional, are emphasizing the wrong things, really, or, what you would expect, more of the sensationalistic aspects of it. Welles's adaptation is extremely faithful to Tarkington's novel. And many of the things that, in fact, people credit to Welles for bringing the more modern idea of, pollution or the negative effects of the coming of the industrial age and what have you, is all there in Tarkington's book. What Welles does is he just pares everything down, so it'll work in movie form. And then I think he does kind of realize that he wants to give a better balance than maybe Tarkington did. He gives Fanny, in a way, all of Fanny's material can be found in Tarkington's novel, but Welles devoted a lot more screen time to Fanny than he would to some of the other characters. And certainly the ending he revised a number of times. I'm sure he was unsatisfied with the ending and he wanted to figure out a better way to do it. I think he did. Interestingly, the one thing that the A&E Ambersons adaptation has is they returned to Welles's ending as originally scripted in the shooting script, which is for the most part adapted from his radio play adaptation, where he has Eugene reading a letter that he's written to the deceased Isabel. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm not sure why he's writing a letter to a deceased person, but in a way they're kind of honoring Welles in a backhanded way by saying, "Oh yeah, we'll take this idea that you had in your shooting script." Well, the thing is by the time Welles was actually shooting the film, he rewrote that ending. He changed it. He came up with a much better ending, and that's the one they should have put in the A&E production, but didn't.
It just feels like poor scholarship. It feels like that it was not doing a service to Welles, that it was kind of, using this idea and publicizing it as we are going to go back to Welles and give you what you've not had for 60 years, and then just crapping all over it, just not giving you that at all, and then not giving you, by cutting out the entire opening of the screenplay. It's like, why is this gone? I mean, we start with the ball. We don't start with this kind of world building thing and the whole idea of young George. I mean, we start off with George as really, if we thought that Tim Holt played George as a brat, this guy is just, I want to smack him as soon as I see him. And it's just like, just the way that he holds his mouth and everything. It's just like, wow, this guy is trouble. I want to stay away from him. I don't want to know what his story is. At least we had a little bit of a buffer when it came to, Wells's version, that we saw him growing up a little bit. And so, and we would have had a little bit more had we gotten that Friends of the Ace scene. And that would have helped us also get a little bit more of a taste of George and what makes him tick. But yeah, this one was just like, you dumped me right into that party and right into George just being, an a-hole right from the get-go. And man, it turned me off.
Well, we're now, 11 years removed from that A&E adaptation, and I tend to think that's gone from the public consciousness. I think Wells's film is still remembered as being, when you say Ambersons, you think Welles. You think Welles before you think Tarkington, really. The novel obviously isn't as prominent in the consciousness as Wells's film is.
Roger, I want to talk to you about your reconstruction. How did you get the idea, and how did you go about doing it? And I guess explain a little bit for folks who don't know what it is, because what I found great was reading through Joseph McBride's Whatever Happened to Orson Welles, and then I think you even get a mention in Discovering Orson Welles by Jonathan Rosenbaum. So it's out there, people know about it, people are writing about it, and I think that more people should see it. But can you tell folks about it?
It's really just a homemade project. In fact, I completed it 20 years ago, and so it's been a couple of decades already now. But at the time, I had seen a reconstruction of Frank Capra's version of Lost Horizon, which had basically, they had for some of the cut scenes from that film, they had the audio track, but they didn't have any, the film hadn't survived. So what they had done is they'd taken freeze frames and production stills and edited them together with the original soundtrack to give you a sense of what those lost scenes were like. And right around this time, the Peter Bogdanovich book, This is Orson Welles, was published, and it has that beautiful appendix at the end with all the script extracts from the cutting continuity. And this is important to point out, is that the 131-minute version is meticulously documented in cutting continuity, which is basically someone going through the film and notating every line of dialogue, every sound effect, every music cue, every special effect, dissolve or what have you. You have a real blueprint there as far as what that original version was going to be like. And reading through this in the Bogdanovich book, I kind of thought, you know what, you could actually kind of do what they did with Lost Horizon and do it with Ambersons. The difference is, of course, that you don't have the soundtrack surviving, the audio track. So I gave some thought to it, and I do work in video and film production, and thought, hey, this might be a fun thing to do. And I basically got some friends together, and we recorded all of the cut dialogue, and performed it in the manner of a radio play. Added sound effects to this, and right around this time as well, there was a CD release of Bernard Herrmann's original score to Ambersons. Now, Herrmann obviously got his start with Welles in radio. He had scored Citizen Kane, and he was scoring Ambersons. When the film was recut and re-edited, about half of Herrmann's score was jettisoned, and there was a in-house composer who re-cued a number of scenes, including that ending, and you can certainly tell because the music is very sappy and very against what Herrmann's style. He was outraged, and he demanded his name be taken off the film, or he would sue. And so they took his name off the film. So there is not a composer credit in the current version of Ambersons, but there's an awful lot of that music, of course, is still Bernard Herrmann's. But his entire score had been re-recorded and released. And so now I had this CD of all of these music cues. So I could really do a pretty good job at recreating the soundtrack for the cut scenes, so the footage that was lost. I then ended up going through and just finding as many production stills and frame enlargements as I could find at the time, and created a few crude photo composites of my own as an attempt to create the visual representation. And Ambersons lends itself well to this because there's not a lot of action. A lot of the scenes are two people in a room talking, and so you can get away with that. And I then took all that material and, using the cutting continuity as a guide, went through and re-edited the entire film and tried to replace as much of the lost footage as I could. It's still pretty selective. I tended not to try to reproduce every cut moment or every little piece of footage. I wanted the thing to kind of flow and feel like it was still a film that you could watch and try to appreciate the story. What I found, really, just right off the bat, just re-editing some of the scenes back into the existing scenes back into their original configuration seemed to improve the film right there. And then I think once you get the context of everything, how everything flows together with some of this footage that had been cut out, you get a much better sense of what Welles was originally going at. And to be honest, the reason I did it is I wanted to have a version of The Magnificent Ambersons that was closer to what Welles originally wanted. I was unhappy with the release version. I wanted something that sat on my shelf next to Citizen Kane that, was an experience that was closer to what Welles' original intentions were. So that's what I did. I ended up sharing it with friends. Anyone who was interested in possibly seeing it, I would share it with. And eventually, back in 2005 at the Locarno International Film Festival, there was a Welles retrospective, and I was contacted about presenting the reconstruction there and contributing to a discussion about the film, and it kind of went from there.
So what has been the reaction to it, and has it played other places other than the Locarno place?
It has played at a few retrospectives. As I said, it's really a homemade project. There's really no funding involved with it. It was literally my friends and I putting it together. We're also talking about technology that was from 20 years ago. I didn't use any computers in putting it together. So it's pretty rough around the edges, and trust me, there's plenty of things that I would do much differently now if I was to take on the project again. But at that time, I had the time and the enthusiasm to do it. And I think it still holds up in a way that gives you a different experience. I think it gives you a glimmer into what Welles had originally intended. But, my feeling of it is that I believe you could do a properly produced reconstruction in much the same manner that I did, but a much better one. I think it would be great if, there was some entity out there, or one of the rights holders of this film would be interested in producing a professional reconstruction. I think you could do it. I think it would be similar to that Lost Horizon. I think it would be similar to what Rick Schmidlund had done with Greed, Eric von Stroheim's film, in which he recreated the lost segments with movie stills. I think it would be interesting for people. It would give them a better sense of how that original film played. Because, as I discovered, I think his original intentions, that 131-minute version, I think it would have worked. I think the idea that, it wouldn't play, it was flawed, that it couldn't, it didn't communicate the ideas it was supposed to communicate. I think that's false, because I think when you look at this thing kind of rejiggered in this fashion, you realize, this makes so much more sense.
Roger, I really liked the kind of DIY thing that you were doing with it, just to have that, I don't know if this is the right word, but the audacity, and to take that on yourself. It is really something that I find very admirable. I'm a big fan of fan edits. I love when people kind of take the art into their own hands and do what they need to do with it. And I think that there was such a need for this kind of a reconstruction. As you were saying, it should be better funded. There should be, the proper, all the stills should be made available to you. There shouldn't just be, what you can get your hands on. Where did you get everything from? This is Orson Welles, or where did you get the stills from that you used for this?
I got them all from published sources, actually. Yeah, This is Orson Welles certainly contributed to it. I had was already 2 months into editing the project when Robert Carringer's book was released, which, you would almost think that the Magnificent Ambersons, a reconstruction, an entire book about this, that should have been in place before I did this. But in fact, I had already was well into the project, and it suddenly was published, and I went, oh, great, this is perfect. But there's a number of other stills and other books. I just found everything I could to try to put in there. And like I said, I tended to rely on creating some kind of crude photo composites myself to try to put people together. For example, I reconstructed the second porch scene, which is between Major Amberson and Aunt Fanny. I just again, I just kind of put them together using elements from the film and from various photos, because I never found any photographic evidence of that scene. It was only a couple of years ago, going through the collection at the University of Michigan, where I pulled out that one sheet of basically negatives and looked in there and took a little closer look at one of them. I realized, holy cow, that's the second porch scene right there. It's either a frame enlargement, which is what I believe it is, which is actually from the actual footage that was shot from the scene, or it's a production still where the still cameraman is very close to where the position of the camera would have been. What's interesting here is that there are at least a couple dozen frame enlargements, actual frame enlargements from the cut footage that exist and that are housed at the Special Collections Library at the University of Michigan, and I also believe there are some copies at the Lilly Library in Bloomington. This is unique to this film in a way, because if you look at these enlargements, there's a stamp on the back, and I believe they're all stamped property of RKO, February 7th, 1942, and I think February 12th, 1942. And what we know from those dates is this is about a week after Welles has left for Brazil. I believe his intention was, look, I'm going to edit this film long distance, but I'm going to need to have some kind of references. And so he had all of these frame enlargements printed from the film and sent to him down in Brazil, so that he could kind of put them up on a board and look at them and get a sense of, okay, so we had the camera angle here on this shot, what are we going to do? How are we going to cut from that? How are we going to do the transition into the next one? And, these frame enlargements weren't done for Citizen Kane because he was there during the entire post-production process in Hollywood. But because he was editing Ambersons long distance, he had all of these frame enlargements made. And fortunately for us, they survived. And so we're able to see, all these images from these cut scenes, and it really helps you kind of visualize, the tone, the mood, everything that Welles was going for. And I really think that you could utilize these photographs in a reconstruction that could be pretty accurate. It could be on the level of what had been done with Greed, which had a huge stockpile of photographs that they used for that reconstruction.
So we've talked a lot about editing in this episode and just the importance of editing and how it can kind of really affect projects. And as we've been going along here, hopefully the edits have worked as we've listened to this episode, cutting between all of the different interviews that have been done for this. And as you've been listening, you might have heard an old voice that sounds a little familiar. No story about the Magnificent Ambersons can be complete without talking about how things go awry, and this is definitely one of those stories. When it comes to the Magnificent Ambersons, this episode was actually supposed to be done back in December of 2011, and this was going to be one of the last episodes that Mondo Justin, my former co-host, worked on with me. Obviously, that never happened. So the materials kind of were still hanging around. I had some on my computer. He had some on his computer. And I thought for sure that he was going to be doing it on his new podcast, or the podcast that he's been doing for a little while, the Mondo Film and Podcast over at mondofilmpodcast.blogspot.com. And that never happened. So it was promised in November of, I think, last year, and I was really hoping for it because personally I knew that he had spent a lot of time working on this. I had spent a lot of time working on it, and I really wanted it to come together. And unfortunately, that never happened. So right around the time of Orson Welles' birthday this year, I decided, you know what, it's time to finally put this one out there, and scheduled it for the end of the year because I knew it would take a lot of time to kind of get all these materials together. And I have to say, one of the things that really helped out with this episode is that Mondo was gracious enough to send me over all of the old files. So all the work that he had done on this episode beforehand, the interview that we did with Christopher Welles, the clips that he cut out of the different documentaries about Orson Welles, the original tapes that we had of myself and Mondo and Roger and even Peggy, the research librarian at the University of Michigan, all of that stuff he sent over to me. So that was wonderful that he did that, and I'm glad that, you know, we kind of got over that hump of animosity that we had for so long, and hopefully it has made it a more rich experience for folks to listen to. All right, we are going to take a break and play a preview for next week's show after a few important messages.
12 miles of bad road, and now they have a microphone and their own show. It's the Daily Grindhouse Podcast, the official podcast of DailyGrindhouse.com. Starring G.
You tell that bitch who sent you here how sorry I am I can no longer be her friend.
And the man called Perry.
I'm the one that killed Monday and whooped Tuesday and put Wednesday in the hospital. All the birds did a tell five did not the birds stared you on Sunday.
Reviewing the hits and the hidden from the world of exploitation, cinema, and beyond. Featuring exclusive cast and crew interviews. Past guests include John Carpenter, Robert Forster, Brian Trenchard Smith, but still no Steve Guttenberg. We'll get him someday. We promise. We promise. The Daily Grindhouse Podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher Smart Radio, Podomatic, and of course at dailygrindhouse.com/podcasts. The Daily Grindhouse Podcast. Tough films for the rough crowd.
Got the goddamn message? Let's go to work.
Owned and operated by legendary horror creator Hart D. Fisher. American Horrors is the world's greatest uncut horror channel. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. American Horrors brings you nothing but the bloody best in uncut horror. Watch free, worldwide, only at filmon.com.
We know a remote farm in Lincolnshire where Mrs. Buckley lives. Every July, peas grow there. Do you really mean that?
Yeah, so in other words, I'd start half a second late.
Don't you think you really want to say July over the snow? Isn't that the fun of it?
If you can make it almost when that shot disappears, it'll make my...
I think it's so nice that you see a snow-covered field and say every July peas grow there. We know a remote farm in Lincolnshire where Mrs. Buckley lives. Every July, peas grow there. We aren't even in the fields, you see.
Yeah, we aren't.
We're talking about them growing, and she's picked them.
Yeah.
What?
In July.
I don't understand you, then. What must be over for July?
When we get out of that snowy field.
When I was out, we were onto a can of peas, a big dish of peas when I said in July.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, always. I'm always past that.
You are?
Yes. Well, that's about where I say in July.
Can you emphasize a bit in July?
Why? That doesn't make any sense. Sorry. There's no known way of saying an English sentence in which you begin a sentence with in and emphasize it. Get me a jury and show me how you can say in July, and I'll go down on you. That's just idiotic, if you'll forgive me by saying so. That's just stupid. In July. I'd love to know how you emphasize in and in July. Impossible. Meaningless.
I think all they were thinking about was that they didn't want to...
He isn't thinking.
Wilson, can we just do one last...
Yeah?
And it was my fault. I said in July, if you can leave every July...
You didn't say it. He said it. Your friend. Every July? No, you don't really mean every July.
It is.
But that's bad copy. It's in July. Of course it's every July. There's too much directing around here.
You've lost the urge to experiment.
Oh, every time you touch me, I go out of my mind. Let me die. Let me die.
Her brain kept alive by experimental science, by a man whose abnormal passions inspired him to try the impossible.
I brought her back. She'll live and I'll get her another body.
Yes, and what of her soul? How can you make of her an experiment of horror?
His mad ambitions and desires threaten every woman possessing an attractive body. Girls whose measurements make them beauty contest participants. Professional figure models such as this. All are prey to his distorted desires.
What's locked behind that door?
Horror. No normal mind can imagine. Something even more terrible than you.
Horror has its ultimate, and I'm that.
Behind that door is the sum total of Dr. Courtney's mistakes.
He intends to kill somebody. To rob them of their body. We've got to stop him.
That's right, we're back next week with the cult classic. Well, I guess, The Brain That Wouldn't Die, the film you probably saw in Mystery Science Theater years and years ago. I'll be joined by guest host Kevin Heffernan, the author of Ghouls, Gimmicks, and Gold, Horror Films and the American Movie Business. But before we go, I want to thank this week's special guest, Mr. Roger L. Ryan, for coming on the show and telling us all about Magnificent Ambersons, his reconstruction and all that. It's been fantastic having you on and sharing all of your knowledge for all the years that you have worked on uncovering all of this wonderful treasure trove of interesting Orson Welles information, sir. Thank you.
Well, you're very welcome. Thank you, Mike and Rob. It was a real pleasure to join you on this program.
Well, thank you again, Roger, for coming on the show. We really appreciate it. And, hey, we really appreciate everybody who took the time and talked to us or provided us with materials for this episode. And thank you to you, dear listener, for taking the time and listening to this monstrous episode about the Magnificent Ambersons. We always enjoy your feedback, your comments, your love letters, and your tweets, your Facebook posts, anything you want to give us. We love it all. And if you want to continue to do that, that would be great. If you want to go over to iTunes and leave us a review, leave us some stars, that would be wonderful. You can find all those links over at our website, projection-booth.com. So thank you very much, and we hope that you will soon get your comeuppance.